report in.
Red 10 standing by.
Red 7 standing by.
Red 3 standing by.
Red 6 standing by.
Red 9 standing by.
Red 2 standing by.
Red 11 standing by.
Red 5 standing by.
I hope you're all standing by, because you are going to be able to buy this song pretty soon from Spotify. Yes, my new band is actually recording this song just for you. We're finally doing it. If you want to actually hear us play it live, you can on Instagram. Usually every Tuesday at about 3 p.m. Pacific time is when I do a live stream with the band, so in case you didn't know. Yeah, live from Las Vegas, Nevada, in the Southern Command Center. This is the Rational Bell. Thank you. Yes, we should have some guests on today. I have to clarify a few things, but audio's low. Everybody says audio's low. No, it's not. Are guys already giving me shit? People are already giving us shit. Okay, I shouldn't say that. Oh, is that fake Rolo? Oh man, good. Boot that mother out of there. I can't swear yet. It's not kosher to swear like within the first 30 seconds or 30 minutes of the show. Yeah, hopefully there's no swearing in these videos right here. Oh wait, let's start with this one here. Okay, I have to keep this silent because she deserved the purse. Wait, let's make some new. Oh, 50% natty. He deserves the gains. I had to keep this silent because I would have got a copyright strike for using the music because it's like Celine Dion or some shit like that. There you go. See, do this for your brothers. He deserves it. I didn't see this part. I only saw that, but it killed it on the first one. He deserves the gains. That's funny.
Actors, but is it possible that maybe the message we're pushing is that women do things the right way, and it's actually not this patriarchy that we've been pushing? I'm not saying you have to agree with me. I'm just saying, is it possible?
That's like an interesting hypothesis. So it's possible, but I would need.
You would need to actually be talking to a sane individual.
83. It has been several years. Where are all the good men? I'm tired of being alone. I want to share my life with someone. I am just freaking tired. I want to be in love. I want to share my life with someone. I want to feel the joys. I want to have my hands held. I want to be held. I want to kiss. I want to support. I want to make coffee with that person. I want my person. I want my person. Why is it so hard to find your person? I'm tired.
52.
Girls that say, I'm a complete free person. I have complete agency over my sex. I don't need someone telling me what to do. Marriage is an institution. It involves restrictions. It involves being answerable to somebody. The whole process is like checking yourself into prison and saying, I'm a free person. Marriage is an emotional prison in some ways. So when you have that mentality, by all means have that mentality, but don't try and squeeze it into marriage. Marriage isn't for.
How am I the one that is anti-marriage? Like you guys throw rocks at me so much, man. It's like she can talk like this and she'd be like, well, she's very anti-marriage. Like no one says that.
Even because marriage involves compromising. Sometimes we have to let go of our agency and replace it with community. The two of us, communal. We have to make communal decisions. If you are opposed to communal.
This is why you fit. This is why you're not married, Sadia. You have no concept of how a good, healthy marriage works. It's based on polarity, not similarity, not community, not what we have in common. It's based on a shared fucking vision and an understanding of conventional gender roles.
Decisions, and anybody stepping in and saying, sometimes I know you're free to do whatever you want, but that affects me. That makes me feel uncomfortable when you're going out with that guy at this time, and it makes me feel uncomfortable. If your response is, well, I do what I want, you're not fit to be a wife. But if your response is, I understand this. When both of you understand that there's sometimes you have to do what's best for the marriage rather than what's best for you. You're built to be married.
I'll tell you right now, if this bitch was my wife, she would not be doing this.
The one that got away. I went to high school with him. And then after college, we dated. And I was madly in love with him. He was a world traveler, super smart, gorgeous, and very free-spirited. And I wanted to be just like him. But he wanted to play the field. He met this other woman while we were dating. And we went to Central Park and we're having a picnic. And he and this woman were playing soccer together. And I could tell that they had slept together. And I was horrified. And not only horrified, I was heartbroken. And I went back to my apartment. Without saying goodbye, I packed up all of my things. And I went home and I started weeping and holding onto the countertop. He ended up getting her pregnant. They had 3 beautiful children together. I dreamt about him every night for years. Now it's 16 years ago, we ran into each other. And we've been together now for 16 years.
When you found out, did you confront him about it?
Absolutely. He called. He said, "Why did you leave the park?" I said, "You slept with her, didn't you?" He said, "Yes, I did." And he wanted to get back together, and he apologized. But, you know, there's sometimes no competition. Sometimes you're just meant to go and have children with other people, have relationships with other people. And now we have these 5 great stepkids together that we've raised since they were teenagers, and we're having the time of our life. So, you know, happy endings do happen.
There's your happy ending, gentlemen.
Every man to ensure women feel safe and that they're not going to be victimized.
Yeah.
So the next time you see a woman walking alone at night, run up on her. And when she turns around and you see her face, say, never mind. It's not that dark outside. This crime ain't worth the time. Lady, you're good. If a pervert runs up on you, it's going to be for directions. The only thing behind you is your best years. You could jog through a prison and you'd be safe. Now this woman can walk around feeling safe, knowing no pervert's desperate enough to run up on her. Follow for more ideas on how to make the world a better place.
Controversial. Men need to stop taking women on dates.
I'm
so done with this rod.
Get your best friend and take her out of here.
You need to stop going on date. I'm going to say why. You should never take a woman out on a date that you don't have vested interest in and that you're not sure she has a vested interest in you. Stop trying to disillusion her with your money.
Vested interest, as in like financial institution.
Money, your resources, your ability to buy her roses and all that dumb stuff.
That's not dumb. Disillusion me, baby, all day.
What has that gotten you? Where are they?
Nothing.
Exactly. So stop doing it. You're wasting your money. You're wasting your time. If you want to know if a woman is interested in you for real and wants to not just use you as a meal plan, because let me tell you, a lot of my homegirls are going out with you because they are bored. They don't have nothing to do. They're not over the other dude. Somebody else in Vegas or New York hasn't hit her back yet, so she's going out with your stupid.
Jenny better eat the up.
She kind of got
because I've been there, so stop taking her out on dates.
And what do you do to get to know them?
Don't buy her anything. Don't spend a dime. Don't spend a nickel. Don't spend a penny. Go somewhere that is free. And if she is unwilling to go there with you, don't go out with her. It should be free.
Pick me
I don't care.
Because
FaceTime. Talk to her on FaceTime. Talk to her on the phone. If she wants something from you without knowing you, she's playing you.
I feel like I just took a bath in battery acid.
She ain't wrong, though.
Ruin dating for the masses. Guys would rather watch porn. And because porn has now like reframed and shifted the neurotransmitters in your brain, having actual sex with a partner is actually boring.
Do you think this chick knows what a neurotransmitter is? I'm 100% sure she doesn't know.
And not that stimulating a lot of times for guys because they're so used to like next level crazy shit on Pornhub.
No, actually, the reason why it ruins your sex life is because it shows guys what they're missing.
Online displaying themselves. They're succubi. They're not human. You're a fool if you think that's human. You're a fool. At minimum, it's a machine-human hybrid. A woman doesn't appear in a million places at the same time. Whatever that is, that's not a woman.
This guy needs to lay off the shrooms.
She's not a Christian!
Vance, if you've read Hillbilly Elegy, I think the guy's brilliant. I really do.
I do not.
There is something very strange and very dark about his views on the intersection between government and economics and women's rights.
Yeah, thanks. I want you guys to all pay very close attention to Scott Galloway here, just so you know what a flaming liberal this dude is.
His view of women is just very, very...
He hates women.
Yeah, well, okay.
He hates them.
See, there you go.
Yeah,
There's just
something
no other way.
just off about it. Like something happened, whether he's describing childless cat ladies who hate themselves and hate their lives, or talking about the rights of the unborn, which seems to be basically...
Anytime this dude talks, just remember this shit, man. He makes so much sense.
Saying women are vessels for birth and really lose all rights. It feels very strange. Having said that, I bet he's going to be an outstanding debater. I think he's very smart.
Sure.
I think he is so profoundly unlikable.
He buried with Walls or whatever. Walls just buried his ass last week.
He's not going to win no matter what he does. First of all, he's creepy. He doesn't like women. It's so clear. He hates them. It's weird. And I think the numbers are so clear. People really don't like him. Like Walls has a positive rating. Vance has the historically lowest rating.
That's because Walls is like a pussy. He's like a mangina. He's basically a fat woman in a man's body is what he is.
The embodiment.
I'll tell you what's interesting is and the reason I wanted to throw this one on here real quick at the end is because this is the same guy, like Scott Galloway is the same guy who makes these he exaggerates the living bejesus out of Trump's masculinity versus Walls' masculinity. Walls is because he's on the plant. It's the difference between a guy who's off the plantation and who's on the plantation, basically.
He's a creepy guy. Every woman knows that, and men know that too. I think he'll be insulting, and I think he's got to explain why he wants to tax people without children more than people with children and make them pay and be punished.
Okay, he could easily explain that because of the low fertility rate, which of course was advanced because of the feminist agenda.
Something happened to this guy sometime in his life, and it's...
You notice that? I love... We'll come back to that.
And I'm sorry for child J.D. Vance, but adult J.D. Vance needs to get therapy.
He needs therapy, right? Because that's the answer to fucking everything. Is there men? If you don't agree with women, if you don't align with women, you need therapy. What kind of therapy? Female re-education therapy. That's what you need. Now you'll notice that when women have a problem with empirical truths and real hardcore data, they have to reframe the conversation to an emotional language. That's why something is really wrong with him. He had something happen in his past. Maybe he was beaten as a child, or maybe his dad was a serial abuser or something like that. Oh, stop the show. Wait a minute. There we go. The only thing Red Pill does is remove all cognitive filters so you can see reality for what it is. There you go. Thank you very much. Oh boy. That's awesome, dude. Thank you, Just Some Guy. I appreciate you. You just paid for the show. Somebody asked me before the show, it was I was watching the chat before we started rolling here. Yeah. And they're like, hey, can you start doing, oh, maybe it's here. Can you start doing, oh, there it is. Can you start doing it? Please bring back the Wednesday shows. I would love to, and I probably will. I'm probably going to end up doing short form stuff on Wednesdays, but if you really want me to, I need 3 people to sign up for Reignite so I can pay this motherfucker over here. Because this is not free. I've just discovered that this ain't free. Thank you guys. Thank you for all showing up here today, guys. I appreciate each and every one of you. Oh man, I'm still looking at my... messing with my... Oh, there it is.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
I have to start the show proper now. We were supposed to have Charlie to come on today. I think he might still show up. Charlie and Miguel might be able to. Okay, they're going to be able to. Okay, so now they want to come. Now you guys want to come in. I haven't heard from Charlie and Miguel all day. Oh, good. Did I get the... they give me the affiliate link, and it's I'm 20 minutes into the show already. That's okay. We're all good. I got Charlie and I got Miguel on deck today. We're going to talk a little bit about crypto today. Just briefly. I want to also whenever I do these shows with I don't really like doing dedicated shows about crypto with Charlie and Miguel because I feel like we could talk about more. We always have to they're doing Cultivate Crypto Q3 and Q4 right now. Yeah. And and as you guys know, Miguel is my business partner, has been for quite some time, and Kyle is his brother, and is a great producer. Now we're both learning. I think you and I are both. We're still both in the learning curve of all of this. You know, we're this is the fun part. Like, we're semi-professional right now. Yeah, we're not pros at this by any stretch of the imagination, but we're still trying to figure out where I need to stay right here so we don't throw off a camera and the white balance. And then we have the bicep cam. There's a bicep cam. There's a bicep cam. No, other one. There it is. There. Is that me trying to be Johnny Bravo, who never gets the girls? Don, jerk off. Anyways, so I'll have Charlie and Miguel incoming, probably hour 2, I think, or hour 1 or hour 2. So we'll throw them on. I also have Torshaa is going to come on and give me a piece of her. She's going to give me a piece of her mind. We're going to talk about male vulnerability and male spaces, which of course is going to be interesting. I tried to touch on that last week. I think I threw a Destiny clip on there, and just to show how moronic his take. Like, I shouldn't even say that, because he's just ignorant. Most people who like throw grief at me or throw shade at me and Mike and everybody else, they're just simply ignorant, or they're just trying to make a name for themselves. And so before we get started here, I want to where is it? Where's the camera? Which camera is it? This one? I want to address you right now. Let me just clarify something. Mike and I are like 100% cool. We've always been 100% cool. We always will be 100% cool. So Duke the Don, go F yourself, because he was just throwing, so like, the guy's like a roast streamer, and I feel like icky, like just even talking about the dude. He just wants me to talk about him. I think the dude intentionally does his show like probably like half an hour, 45 minutes before I go on, knowing that I'll probably talk about him, or probably like try to clear the air with this dude. But I just want to say he's got some, he's basically one of these, what I call a roast streamer. That's all they do. It's like, you don't exist without me. You don't exist without Mike. You don't exist without the people you talk shit about all the time. So just understand that you have no show if me and Mike aren't cool. So you better hope that we are, because who else are you going to talk shit about? I have been married for 28 years. I'm together 29. I have only been married to one person my entire life. No, I don't have a racist, bigoted, anti-Semitic, alt personality on Twitter. We've already explained that and proven that in 7 different ways. That's just basically BS. And I just want to point out that like when people start throwing shade at me, and they start throwing shade at Mike and everything, it's like, the reason they do that is because they just simply want to like sow discord in the red pill, and they don't have any real idea or any like understanding of it. And you've heard me refer to it before. It's basically confident ignorance. They're confident in their ignorance. And it seems like somebody is like, hey, they look like a talking head, or like they're a sock puppet of some sorts. That's usually a good indication that they don't know what the hell they're talking about. But if you see like the usual suspects like popping off about certain things, just understand that it's likely 100% bullshit. So Mike and I are just fine. We've never been better, as a matter of fact. If anything, I'm more tight with Mike now than I have ever been, because I just sold my house in Reno so I could move to Las Vegas, so I could be closer to Mike, so we could do more shit. That was the whole point in making that decision. I am now doing Reignite, which is my program, with Men of Action, which is Mike's partner, which is Mike's business, right? So yeah, dude, we're just 100% fine. I don't know where you're fucking getting your information from, or just pulling it out of your ass, but we've been just fine for a long time, and we always will be. I didn't get to go to Mike's birthday party though, which I was kind of disappointed in, because I have a really nice gift for him. I still got to give it to him. But I couldn't, because I was in Reno, Nevada, and I was selling my house. To do what? To come down and be able to do this show in this fine city. That's why. So I am officially a Las Vegas resident as of, I signed papers on Friday, and then I flew back on Friday. So I am now free and clear of Reno. I won't be doing any more shows there, unfortunately, which it's kind of depressing. It's kind of exciting and kind of depressing in the same sense, because I really love Reno as a place. I really love the house. I hated to sell I had to make some sacrifices, man. And one of those sacrifices was selling my house, so I could do what? do more work with Mike Sartain. Oh, let me also explain something else to you. You know what I did back in March? Dumb shit. I went and quit my band, that I've been with, Trial of Ascension. I stopped playing with those guys because logistically it just wasn't working out. I've been with those guys for 4.5 years, and I would love to be back with them. It wasn't anything personal. I'd still love to be making music with those guys because it was a fantastic project, and I hope I hope each individual in that band continues to make music because they're all fantastically talented people, right? And I love them like they're my band family, right? They're my other tribe. They're my musical tribe. And I had to quit that. Why? So I could come here and do this fucking thing. That's why, okay? So sacrifices have been made. When something is worthwhile, when you ever want to grow, when you ever want to change, but this is sort of a lesson I have been reminded. I've had to go learn this lesson several times in my life, and I kind of am relearning it right now, is that sometimes growth hurts, man. Like, have you work out at Powerhouse, right? You're at Powerhouse Gym in Vegas. You know, like they have those motivational quotes like that are above like the doors and stuff like that. One of those says, if it doesn't hurt, it won't grow. That's not about bodybuilding. That's about life is what that's about, right? If it doesn't hurt, you won't grow. And sometimes you have to make sacrifices, and sometimes you have to make tough decisions. And sometimes you will probably regret those things, but hopefully as a result of those sacrifices, you're going to end up growing. And that's really no pain, no gain. That's not just for bodybuilders. That's for everybody. It's a, in fact, I think that quote is probably better than any of these stupid motivational quotes with a big old lighthouse and a big wave splashing into it or something like that, you know? I've had to make some tough decisions. I had to make some tough sacrifices, and I didn't want to make them, but this is just sort of this cascade effect. So then I go and I listen to Duke the Don or whatever the fuck this guy's name is. And he's just this new roast streamer who's decided that he's going to go and sit in his dark dungeon of his podcast studio and talk shit about people. And it's not just about me, but other people as well in the red pill, and literally has no idea what he's talking about. Like, one of the things he was talking about was like, oh, these guys think that all you got to do is lead with your wallet and throw money at stuff. And I'm like, I literally say exactly the opposite on Access Vegas and on this show. And I'm like, the most trim I've ever got in my life, like when I was getting my 40 plus notch counts, was when I had the least amount of money whatsoever. That's what that's what taught me that it's more about how you look and what the game is and everything, you know, social skills and everything else. One of the things we were locking horns with over, was Alex from Date Psych and Mac and Murphy and I guess, you know, by default, Chris Williamson and some of these other guys, is like they throw these stats out saying like, what is it, 60 some odd % of young men between the ages of 18 and 24, 18 and 25 have never even asked a girl out or whatever. And so me and Mike are looking at each other. So the pickup artists were right all along, because that's what we've been saying. Go out and freaking approach. Go out and be social. Go. We're not saying avoid women at all, but apparently you don't know that. So please, if you would like to tell me what I've been saying for the last 22 fucking years, I'm all ears, man. And if you want to come to Las Vegas and you want to sit across the table from me right here, the door is open, man. The invitation is there. In fact, I'll pay for Kyle to do the show. Okay. I will pay you, Kyle. I don't know what, $200, $300. We will sit here and we'll do it. I will lose money to just kick you in the teeth, man. So anytime you want to come out here, the invitation is on the table. There you go. You can have it, whatever. Duke the Don is just full of shit. So he has no earthly idea what he's talking about. And I've got Mike Sartain might even join us later on today, because he saw this. He wanted to talk about it too. So I gave him the StreamYard link, so we'll probably have him come in remote when the time is coming. And then I got Charlie and I got Miguel coming on whenever they want to come in. I'm going to have to put the link on. I'll put it in the chat. Hang on one second. I think I can grab it. Oh, there you go. All right. So this is my affiliate link, and I'll just tell you straight up, man. Oh man, he's grifting for those guys. Yeah, yes, I am. That's the Cultivate Crypto crypto mindset program that, of course, Miguel and Charlie do every year. They do usually 4 times a year.
Yeah, it's quarterly.
Yeah, they usually do quarterly. They've kind of combined the last 2 because I think it's because we're in election year, and so we need to like get it done right now. So that's what we're doing. What do I have in here? Oh, that's that one. Let me pull that from the chat. Okay, there we go. So I put that in the chat, and then I will end up putting that into. Thanks for that, Kyle. I will end up putting that in the description here in just a minute, so you guys can click over to that once we get to that part. Yeah, thoughts on Kai? Oh man, let me tell you something. I am a Kai soldier. Are you kidding? I have a God. You want to know? What's your bag look like, Rilla? People want to know 2 things about what's your stack and what's your bag. Peptides, my friend. But what's my stack? Kai is my groove, by the way. I started investing in Kai because other than Miguel, my only other source for crypto is Trader SC. And Trader SC watches this show. He might even be watching right now. Good dude, helps me out, and so he got me into Kai, and it's Kittenheimer is really what it is, KHAI. So it's Kittenheimer, and it's an altcoin. I don't know how long it's going to be around, but it's been pretty solid for most of this year. So if you're into altcoins, I would highly suggest that. And I know what was the other one? Ponke is Miguel suggested Ponke. I put money in Ponke, and then Trader SZ. So it's like I got the monk. It's the monkey one, right?
Yeah.
Ponke is the monkey one, and so I got a monkey and I got a kitten. those are my 2 altcoins. That's how I keep track of them. So yeah. Anyways, let me run through these right quick. Why do women think they will be able to tame Chad and make him submit to monogamy? Because hope springs eternal. Solipsism? Yeah, a little bit. Hubris? Yes. Delusion? Yes. Blue pill? Yeah. 50 Shades of Grey? Lust? Yes. All of the above. Marriage causes divorce, who is now going to be called MCD from now on. Yeah, all of the above, quite honestly. It's a hope, right? What did you perhaps you just saw the video that I put up there of the one that got away, right? That one girl. And then of course what happens, she meets the guy later on. He's already divorced from his previous wife, and now she gets back with the guy she's been pining for. Probably the part she left out of that story is she probably got married herself and divorced the guy that she was with so that they could get together. So you don't want to be that guy, but yeah, I think probably all of the above in that case. MCD, once again, is monogamy unnatural? No. Consequently, do we have to enforce it through mate guarding and marriage to prevent cheating and parental uncertainty? Boy, which book have you been reading recently? Is monogamy unnatural? No, it's not. When people ask me about like, is this natural? Is that natural? Is this what? Yes. Is it? Yes. And this too? Yes. So when I'm talking about like monogamy versus promiscuity, those are really the 2 counterbalances to are human beings innately, naturally, evolutionarily promiscuous? Yes. Are they naturally, innately monogamous? Yes, they would have to be. There's too many behavioral controls. There's too many behavioral and evolutionary reasons for why monogamy works, obviously, and why promiscuity works. So both can be true at the same time. So one of the things I always try to clarify is when people ask me that question is like, you can't think of it in binary terms. Both can be true at the same time. I'll tell you what's funny. I forget which question it was, but I know it was. I was on a Twitter space with that autistic kid, Alex from Playing with Fire, right? And I came across it like he was saying, "Is it this or is it this?" And I'm like, "It's both. It can be both." Right? Like something like, oh, are we naturally monogamous or naturally promiscuous? It's got to be one or the other. No, it doesn't. Well, what's your answer? Is it one or is it the other? I'm like, it's both. Well, you have to tell me one or the other. I'm like, dude, do you realize that like binary thinking is a hallmark of like ASD? It's like that was one of the funner parts of that, because there was very little fun to be had in that stupid, like, it was an inquisition. I'm not even going to call it a debate. But the fact is you have to get around this idea that it has to be one or the other. It doesn't. Both can be true at the same time. There are guys. What was it? The guys who are. I just saw this study. Guys who are more inclined towards parental investment have smaller testicles. I'm like, how would you like that if somebody's like one of those micrometer kind of things where you're like, okay, his balls are not quite as big as the other guys. But they have the reason they did that was because they were actually testing testosterone counts among guys who are like more predisposed to like childcare versus like it's cads versus dads. And they, they're testing like serum testosterone levels. And then I don't know what sparked this inspiration, but they're like, we need to measure their nuts. And it turns out that if you're like a berry picker, you have very small berries. The whole thing with testicle size, basically, if you got small shriveled balls, you're probably more into parental investment. And it gets back to was it plural? Strategic pluralism. That's what it is. There's a concept, like when we always talk about hypergamy, we talk about like how women or ovulatory shift or whatever. When we talk about hypergamy or ovulatory shift, we're dealing with females. We're dealing with female nature. We're dealing with female endocrine systems. We're dealing with female brain structure. We're dealing with a lot of. It's not. I think a lot of people like when they throw grief at me for like ovulatory shift and saying like or dual mating strategy, for example. They throw grief at me and I'm like, well, have you seen, like, do you understand that women's brains fundamentally change during menstruation? I got the studies for that. It's like statistical data. It's quantitative data. It's not like, how do you feel today, Mrs. Jones? It's not a how do I feel thing. It's like, this is what happens to her brain when this happens. Right. Or Mike was one of the things that Duke the Don was talking about. He was basically trying to break down this video, and of course he makes Mike's voice sound like he's fucking Mickey Mouse. But I forget who the dude was that he was talking about. But Mike brought up these stats about like how when men are single, they have higher testosterone. When they get into a relationship, when they get married, when they become a parent, their testosterone levels decrease. And then what happens when they get divorced? The testosterone goes back up. There are certain things that can, like if you're around beautiful women all the time, which I try to do often, your testosterone raises. When your sports team wins, or you, like, let's say you're into Brazilian jiu-jitsu and you're doing a tournament and you win, right? You defeat your opponent, right? Your testosterone levels go up. In fact, women can even pick up on this pheromonally anyways. And I can show you the studies for this, whether you give them credit or not, I don't care. This is what they found, right? So he's just basically saying, explaining these things. And I got to thinking about this and I go, you know what? We don't talk enough about like male nature and male strategic, like dual strategy, right? We don't talk about male mating strategy because, guys like, evolutionary psychologists like, Dr. David Buss, who I know that Mike has a lot of professional respect for. I do too. But I think that the fact that he gives short shrift to like the male sexual strategy and then focuses almost entirely on female sexual strategy kind of does us a disservice. So we can't really look like, why is it, for instance, why would it be that your testosterone levels would decline after you get into a relationship? Well, to foster what? Monogamy, right? Parental investment. That's all monogamy is. It's just parental investment. It's one man, one woman staying together, forming a family, and it's that family unit, right? And that's really all monogamy is. And even if you're not married and you have a girlfriend that you're steady with, the prospect is that you're going to like form some sort of lifelong bond with that person. And if not, maybe it's a long-term bond with that person. But again, it's to foster this sort of pair bonding or this pair together, right? And we call that human beings call this monogamy, right? But why is it? And why are we so ready to accept the fact that men's testosterone drops when they get into a relationship and then it comes back up again when they leave the relationship? Why are we so ready to accept that when the Raiders finally win, that my testosterone level is going to go shoot through the roof, right? What's funny is feminists used to hate the Super Bowl because they thought it was an occasion for domestic violence. And you know why? because of this dynamic right here. Because if the Raiders won the Super Bowl, then it would increase the testosterone level in the American male who's like already halfway drunk and fueled by beer and commercials and tits, right? And so now he wants to go and like have sex with his wife, and his wife it leads to domestic battery or some shit like that. Like this is a slippery slope that feminists made up, right? But it was based on one thing: men's testosterone accelerates or goes up when they feel a sense of victory, right? Whether they defeat somebody in like, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, or the Raiders win anything at this point. Just a little bump of I said serum. And what's funny is I always wondered this too, is whenever I read those stats about like testosterone like raising and going up, like how much is that? Like, because I know what my test levels are. Well, actually, I don't. I'm going to get my blood work done tomorrow. But I know what my 6 months ago, anyways, when I had my blood work done, I know what my test levels were. And I'm like wondering, does it go up 100 milligrams? Because that would be significant, right? But does it go up 10? And they're saying, well, it goes up, but it makes like no behavioral difference. So who gives a flying fuck, right? But the fact of the matter is that human biology works that way. Also, if men are around other like rival males that might take their bitch, right? That's when they are inspired to mate guarding behaviors. If the woman happens to be in estrus or happens to be in her fertile phase or ovulatory phase, I don't know that any of these studies have necessarily been refuted or are unreplicable or whatever, but as far as I know, the standing studies is that if a woman is in sort of her estrus phase, men are sensitive to this and they will mate guard as a result of that, knowing, I know subconsciously, that their partner, I hate to say partner, their woman, their bitch is in heat, right? Is fertile, and they want, that's when you get the arm bar, right? This is my woman, I'm wondering if anybody, nobody has a problem with that. Nobody has a problem with men being like, nobody has a problem with evolutionary psychology when it makes men look like idiots. Thank you, Torshaa. I see you in 20 minutes. I'll see you in 20 minutes. Nobody has a problem with evolutionary psych if it makes men look like children. Or I should say, according to Pearl, we only celebrate male conventional masculinity when it looks like femininity. Yeah. Okay. What was it? Okay. I said this on Dr. Phil, and Pearl decided that she wanted to plagiarize me this week. But that's really what it is. I said the same thing on Dr. Phil. It's funny. It's like, I'm like, does she not know that like Fox News actually wrote an article about me saying that on like, you can't be that out of touch. And if you are, then you really don't have any business being in this situation, being in the manosphere to begin with. But just one more mark. Just put it on the dry erase board. Pearl. Yeah, there we go. But no, as far as like, why are we so willing to accept the fact that testosterone drops for men and then it raises up, and it's like, oh, they must be big stupid children because they're slaves to their biology. But women are not slaves to their biology whatsoever, right? Their eggs don't select for different men's sperm at the site of conception. No, not at all. Their brain function doesn't necessarily change fundamentally during menstruation or during menesis or whatever it is. No. Like nobody wants to. If it's the women are wonderful effect. If there's any study or there's any sort of unflattering truth that is discovered about women's nature, like their innate evolved nature, which seems very deterministic. If it's something like that, then we're way less inclined to believe it. And if we're not, then we got to find 1,000 different caveats to go, well, men do it too, and blah, blah, blah. No one goes, well, women do it too when it comes to testosterone rising or dropping, which, by the way, it does. Women's testosterone, they're very minuscule levels of testosterone also fluctuates. And nobody makes a big deal out of it. Well, because it's so minuscule anyways, it probably is not going to make all that much difference in women, right? But I wonder if women's testosterone levels don't just like spike just a little bit if they're going to Thunder from Down Under, which me and Kyle are going to actually go audition for pretty soon, right? There we go. Go on, put on you. Flex. There it is. We're gonna audition for Thunder. We gotta work on our Aussie accents. We gotta get Sterling Cooper in here to teach us a few things about it. Because they throw that accent on them, man. It's like freaking kryptonite. Yes. So I hope that answers your question. What is this next one? Oh no, I got that. Okay. And then this one, when men cheat, are women sad because other woman is using her ATM? No. Do women snoop on men as a bank account guarding defense mechanism? You're putting, dude, let me explain something to you. It's not that deep. It's really not that deep. So it's really resource protection is what it is, as I've said before. And I think Mike has actually reiterated this half a dozen times himself, is when men cheat, women tend to ask, are you in love with her? Is there an emotional connection? Because what that represents is a loss of resources. When women cheat and men say, okay, where'd you fuck her? Where'd you fuck? Was it in the bathroom? Was it in the bed? What did you bend you over the kitchen table? Did you get off? Does he have a bigger dick? Blah, blah, blah. They want like details and they want to know exactly how it went down. And of course, women think that men are trying to torture themselves or torture women as well by like recounting all of this. But men tend to focus on those physical things because they're looking they want to know if the baby that comes out of this bitch is his or is not. Did you come? Did he come? No? Yes? Okay. Well, then bye, sayonara, because I don't want to have anything to do with you because now I don't know for sure whether or not that kid comes out of you as mine, right? Well, same thing applies for women. Women's primary focus is on long-term security. That is represented in what? In resources, securing resources. That's all monogamy is for women, is parental investment, provisioning, and protection. Can you give me those three things in perpetuity? Do I have an insurance policy? Do I have that in writing? Can I get is this absolutely 100% certain with this guy? Why is that? Because women understand that their sexual viability it's perishable. And so that's why they tend to focus more on long-term security. Men focus primarily on, is the baby my fuck? Wait, where is it? Hold on. Is the baby my baby?
God wants you to have the baby.
Definitely not. That's you want to know a good example, actually. You want to know why people gave Fresh so much shit about that? You want to know why the people were like, oh, like Lila Rose. Oh, it's one of those red pill guys. Oh, right. The reason they do that is because it's paternity is what it is. It's for women, issues of paternity it's not about the baby. It's about long-term security. For men, it's about, is the baby mine? That when a child is born, when there's some sort of uncertainty about it, there's only two ways you go with this. Is the baby mine? That's the guy's thing. And do I have the baby? Do I keep the baby? Any questions about abortion? Any questions about like birth control and all that other stuff? For women, it's all rooted in long-term security. But did you take your pill? Did you not take your pill? Is it your fault? Is it my fault? Is it my baby? Right? How dare you say it? I've had a vasectomy, right? And no, I haven't. But I'm pretending I am right now. I know like you binary autistics need to hear that in no uncertain terms. But if, let's say, for example, I did have one. Oh, sorry, I guess that's not my baby. Right? The only reason that's scandalous and that's we make made for TV movies about that stuff is because that's what gets human beings off. We love salaciousness. We love indignation. We love questionable outcomes. So yes, let's see. Oh man, this is your show, bro. You just go take it over. Is toxic femininity real? No. Femme fatale who uses her body to manipulate men. That's just called being a bitch, man. That's not toxic femininity. Please use you ladies. I invite you. Please use your femme fatale femininity to manipulate me. It's just for fun. Mean girls who bully intrasexual competitors. Overbearing mother. Okay, overbearing mother is more of a power dynamic. So we can out. Mean girls who bully that's about intersexual competition. So it's not necessarily toxic femininity. That's just practicality, my friend. That's being efficient. So is it mean girls being mean with other girls has more to do. I mean, can you like ascribe that to a characteristic femininity? I don't think so. I think it just depends on what we define as feminine. That's really the problem right now. is we don't know what is conventionally masculine or conventionally feminine. I need to start like compiling like a list of these things that are like, okay, these characteristics and these attributes are distinct and unique to the male experience. These are unique and distinct to the female experience. Now, what's going to say is like, well, those are social conventions. Those are social constructs, and men can be weak and vulnerable, and women can be strong and independent. Right? That was another thing I just got off. Whenever we talk about like men needing to be like men are not independent anymore. Men are not we have too many manginas. We have too many guys who are living in their mom's basement, and they're not going out there and learning skills, and they're not going out there and enriching themselves, and they're not learning to be independent. Well, or to being strong, independent men. I'm like, well, that's funny, because when we talk about men being strong and independent, we think that they're idiots, right? We think that they're arrogant fucks, but we don't say the same thing about women. Like if a woman is still living at home in her 30s, we don't go, oh, wow, she's really a kidult. She's prolonging her adolescence. Nobody says that. We say, oh, she's focusing on her career. Oh, well, she's, in between jobs, or something else. We don't give women the amount of grief that we give men if they're in similar situations when they hit 30 some odd years old. So it's just, again, there is a separate standard of justice for men and for women, not just in our actual legal system, but just in our social legal system. We do not hold women to the same standards. So when we have when people talk about like issues of accountability, and I saw this floating around on Twitter not too long ago. Well, what does it mean by holding women accountable? Well, we could just say, how about we hold them accountable in the legal system, and they get the exact same sentences that men get, because I can show you study after study since the fucking mid 80s that women don't get the same level. They get a higher more lenient sentences in our prison system than men do for the exact same crime. We could start there, asshole. Or we could just say, hey, look, maybe everybody should sign up for selective services. So not just human beings with penises actually have to go and risk their lives in war should the event actually necessitate that men join the military. But we don't, we still afford the same rights and the same voting rights and the same representation in our political system for women when they don't have the same kind of skin in the same kind of skin in the game that guys do. We can start there with accountability. Shall I go on? Oh, okay. I'll shut up now. But like, you can't even talk about toxic femininity, because I don't think there is such a thing as femininity, a toxic femininity, just like there's no such thing as toxic masculinity. Okay. So if we're going to say, like, for instance, you probably heard me say this before, there's no such thing as toxic masculinity. There's only masculinity and the parts of masculinity that align with a feminine imperative, that are complementary to the feminine experience, the feminine life experience, the existential experience, whatever it is. They're only the things in the conventionally masculine attributes that women go, they love it, right? When the floodwaters start rising and we need help in North Carolina, South Carolina, North Carolina. When we need help in North Carolina, we're not going, hey, bitches, why don't you come out here and like start like this airboat, flotilla and save these people from the rising floodwaters. We look for guys to do that. And if they don't, they're not living up to their masculine duty. And there's no comparison. There's no parallel to that for women. Why? Because that's a masculine attribute. No problem with that. Okay. So if I'm going to say there's no such thing as toxic masculinity, I also have to, by default, say there's no such thing as toxic femininity. There's only femininity and the parts of it that align or disalign with the masculine imperative, right? So if a woman can equally manipulate men with her body and tempt them and be the succubus that Dr. Jordan Peterson would like you to believe is like actual, with like wings and teeth. Man, it's Halloween, right? Or there's the same aspects that a woman can use. It's in the application. She can use that femininity to be very opportunistic. She can be a gold digger. She could manipulate men. How is it? Okay, well, what is she doing to manipulate them, right? Like women hate it when men are supposedly game. They're players, right? They're game players. He's playing a game with you, right? Well, okay. Well, that if that guy can leverage his masculinity to manipulate women like the Tinder swindler did, yes, that's negative. That's something. If it's hurting someone else or it's abusing or exploiting someone else, sure, okay, but it's still part of his masculine character, and women just suck it up and they eat it up because they love it, right? Same thing with men. Like if a woman, a femme fatale, like, can you name a femme fatale right now?
No, I cannot.
Can we even like? Can you give me one example of, because they don't exist anymore? Really, women don't have to be sexy anymore. They don't have to seduce men. All they do have to do is show up naked and bring beer. That's all that matters right now. And like, because men have been so desensitized to anything, like women don't have to seduce men. Men are not resistant to it, okay? Especially today, 18 to 29-year-old guys, seduction skills, minimal for women. Seduction skills for men, huge. It's like this great big obstacle. It's like pole vaulting obstacle, right? So we've kind of switched the script. So if you're going to say, well, a femme fatale uses her body to manipulate men, okay, the possibility exists, but all you're doing is showing me an example of conventional femininity being used as a weapon, being used as leverage, which is the same thing that guys can do too. So, I mean, if they're skilled enough to do that, the reason why we focus more on guys is because women want to filter out those guys, and they love the indignation that comes from stories where a guy is trying to, like, he's got some secret life. He's got some like wife on the side over here back in Japan or something. And he comes to the United States and he has a new wife in Los Angeles. And then he goes to New York or Miami. He's got bitches in every port, right? He's got these secret families, and women love those stories because they want to figure it out. They want to know that their evolutionary female intuition, which is really a hypergamous filter, is still working. We want to feel that indignation, because when we finally figure him out, when we connect all the threads and the tack board and everything with little Polaroid pictures that nobody uses anymore, we're going to do all this like it's Prison Break or some shit like that. And it really doesn't work out that way, but women love those kinds of stories because it appeals to that need to want to know, is this guy really who he says he is? Hey, Rolo, why can't women handle rejection? Why can't they? Because you're probably alpha and she can't handle the rejection. If she sees you as more beta, she doesn't have any problem. Please reject her. Every time I reject or ignore a woman, they literally lose it and become eventual. Well, if your avatar is actually you, I can understand why. You got a license to carry those, and become vengeful, especially at work. Let's not say vengeful. Let's say vindictive. Okay. And the reason for that is because the reason you're experiencing this, Ace, is probably because you're seen as a high value target. And so when a woman is rejected by a guy who she's like sort of settled in her mind that she's going to get with, and you look like the way you do, and yes, I'm going to harp on your looks to begin with. Clearly, you know that. Otherwise, that wouldn't be your avatar. But you have to remember that it's rejection. The way a woman handles rejection is a value prospect. So if you are valuable enough to feel jilted over, or vengeful, or however you say vindictive, if you are high value enough for her to feel sort of this emotional sting from you rejecting her, that's probably because she knows you're high value. Did you want me to just say you're high value? Because that's probably what you're fishing for, that, aren't you? Right? You're high value, bro, and that's why they get vindictive, right? They don't get vindictive for the fat guy at the water cooler who like tried to ask them out, and like they're giving the rejection. Or if that guy were to in some way, I don't know, miraculously be put into the position where he could reject a woman's trying to go out with him, she wouldn't feel the same. She wouldn't care. And that goes back to a dynamic that I've covered before, which is it's actually an essay I wrote. I don't think it's published in any book. It's called Widows and War Brides. And so people used to hit me up and they would say, and rightly so, it needed explanation. But like there's the war brides dynamic, and then there's the alpha widow dynamic. Okay. So the war brides dynamic is that women tend to they tend to experience Stockholm syndrome more than men, which means they fall in love with their captors, right? Hybristophilia is sort of, ancillary to that. It's like it's a side effect. They tend to like, and you think about this evolutionarily speaking, it's because one tribe goes in, as I've said before, wipes out all the men, wipes out all the boys, wipes out all the old women who've had sex with other men, and then they take all of the virginic or semi-virginic fertile women and they integrate them into the conquering tribe's women folk, right? The ones who could adjust the best were the ones who lived. It was just natural selection. And the ones who couldn't get over it, they died. So there's an innate part of women's psyche that predisposes them to falling in love with their captors. You want to know why? And I'm not saying that, I'm not endorsing what I'm about to say, because I know somebody's going to take this and throw this over the roof here. But women tend to be more interested in violent pornography. Statistics show this. They tend to be more prone for grape fantasies. Stuff that would surprise most guys. They would think that women don't actually have those sort of predilections, but they do. Also, somewhat related to all of this, to the what I call the war brides dynamic. Women will fall in love with their captors, or they will try to. They will throw their tribe. There's no real. I should say there's no, but there's a lesser instance of kin altruism for women than there is for men, because men mate guard. Women do not necessarily. Women resource guard. They don't really mate guard. They'll guard their mates because the mate is a high value resource, right? Am I going to lose my 401k? Am I going to lose my investment in my kids? Am I going to lose my? I need alimony, right? That was the title, right? Grand theft alimony. You want to know why alimony exists? Because it's an insurance policy for what women find the most prioritize as the number one priority in life: long-term security. And usually that comes in the form of financial resources. That's why when Florida, or is it Texas or Florida, banned alimony in the state, or kind of like lessened it, I think, depending on the case. You want to know why there's a big uproar about that? Was because we're finally re-examining alimony laws that were created in like 1930s Depression era Dust Bowl America and going, you know what, maybe this doesn't really apply in the 21st century anymore, like almost 100 years later, right? Is that what it is?
It says all states, but let's see.
I thought it was like Florida that banned it. Maybe I'm wrong.
Let me see.
It was either Florida or Texas. Because as soon as it happened, I had like this influx of a lot of people like DMing me, go, Rollo, how do you think this is going to affect marriage? It's not, because a marriage is in the toilet right now. At least the marriage rates are in the toilet right now. And by the way, me saying that doesn't mean I'm against marriage. Rollo he's not endorsing marriage. I can't believe it. He's been married for 28 years. What's wrong with him? Do I have to, how many different ways do I have to explain that? I'm not against marriage. I'm against the way we do it now. How do I make that clear? Like, do I have to speak like Mandarin? Do I have to speak Swahili? What do I have to say? So many times. Oh, and then by the way, God, this is funny as hell. One of the things I was listening to Duke the Don on the drive into the studio this morning, and what was he talking about? Oh, it was talking about, Rollo Tomasi don't get no hoes, right? Rollo Tomasi don't get no hoes, man.
Rollo Tomasi don't get no hoes, man.
We're back to square one again, by the way. I just wanted to let you know we've reset the hoe clock here. Every time you hear this,
Rollo Tomasi don't get no hoes, man.
we reset the hoe clock. Okay. Apparently now receipts are back to being how many bitches can you slay in one night, right? Show me your hoes.
Rollo Tomasi don't get no hoes, man.
Show me your hoes, man. Show me your receipts, Rollo. I've been married for 28 years. Is that not a receipt enough? No. Now it's how many bitches are you banging, right? Never take advice from a dating roach who is married. And by the way, I'm also hearing this or reading this, I should say, from guys like Alex from Date Psych. Like, you shouldn't take, if these guys are married, if these guys are in a relationship, or unless they're in a relationship, unless you're in a relationship, you shouldn't take any advice from this guy. And if they are in a relationship, you also shouldn't take any advice from this guy. What the fuck are you supposed to do, man? Tell me, because I need to know. I gotta have a direction here. Which way should we go? Okay. Should we go Magic 8 Ball, Who has it right? Should the receipts be having a relationship? My reply is no. Okay, great. We have an answer. Finally, it's at least as legitimate as the rest of these sons of bitches who are like, can't make up their goddamn minds. So I guess now, let's see, Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate. Now you guys are scammers and scumbags because we all know you have kids and you've been married. So where's the receipts, brah? Because that apparently is your bona fides for being a coach or whatever it is. And I'll tell you right now, I'm not a coach. I don't give it. I try not to give advice. I know people take it as advice. I understand. I'm an analyst, dude. I just tell you what looks like is going to be, what I think your situation actually is. So Tori just decided to show up right now and she's doing her hair. So we got to let her do her hair really quick. Because she looks like a freaking Dallas Cowboy cheerleader today. Whew, man, I got to get her in here real quick. Hang on, let me get the rest of these real quick. Since women can't find men, what's our most actually, you know what? Let's hold on to that because I want to put Tori in here. There we go. Hi, Tori. Hi, Torshaa. Torshaa. You good? Speaking to the mic. Turn your mic up a little bit.
Hello.
There you go. I haven't had Tori on.
It keeps going like in and out on my mic, so just let me know.
It's good.
Okay.
Okay. There you go. You wanted to talk. So you wanted to talk to me?
Yeah. Yeah. Did you see the video?
Did they hear me? You look like a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader right now.
I want to do that for Halloween. I think it's the hottest costume.
That would be all right. And you changed your hair. Your hair is now like really red. I thought you were going blonde.
I put blonde in it, but my extensions. I want to go platinum again though.
Right. So if anybody is wondering, then like Torshaa is my hoe for today.
Like, man, well, I don't get no hoes, man.
Because we're trying to like decide, like, okay, Tori, you have to tell me, is it how many like chicks you can slay in one night? Should that be what gives you credibility, or should it be a 28-year marriage? Because apparently guys like Duke the Don can't figure that out. Or maybe we're going back now. I don't know. Maybe we've like reset the hoe clock.
I don't know. I was going to comment, but I didn't. I normally do. I was like, should I?
Oh, on his show? Yeah, they would hate you up. I'll tell you right now, you want to know, I'm going to predict the future because I got you on here. So I'm going to give you a bit of advice. I think that after we get past November 6th and all of this social imperative crap goes away, which of course everybody thinks they're fucking geniuses now. They're like, oh man, all these people are pivoting to social. I told you they were going to do it. It's like, bitch, you did not say jack shit. But I did. And I said it as early as March of 2021 on Fresh and Fit. So
forever, literally forever.
Yeah. But I think that once we get past November 6th, after the election, you're going to see people are going to pivot back into the red pill, but it's not going to be the red pill. It's going to be the black pill. They'll pivot back into MGTOW. MGTOW will be what plays. That'll be the new indignation. What's new, old is new kind of thing. That will be the new indignation that plays.
Yeah, I guess I noticed people were rejecting the red pill. I always did, just because I'm like, ew, I'm a girl, but we all know that I'm more in the space or whatever, but I can't really give advice to men. You know what I mean? But I've noticed people were like, I'm not really red pill. It's like, oh, okay.
That's what everybody loves. I love how everybody like sort of backs up off of it right now because it's like, I mean, even Mike says, oh, I'm red pill adjacent. Dude, you're like
I stole that from him
next to me, therefore you're adjacent. Yeah, I guess in physical terms you are, but like I and then I saw Donovan Sharp was doing some like come to Jesus stream recently where he's like saying, oh, I'm done with the red pill topics. What does he do like for the next 2 weeks? Nothing but red pill topics.
Yeah,
nobody leaves the red pill. Nobody is red pill adjacent. And I'll tell you, they're only as adjacent as it is like marketable, I should say. And so a lot of people want to say that they're red pill adjacent, or they don't want to. It's like, I don't want to have the stink of the red pill on me, but I still want to talk about these topics. How do I do that?
It's just like nerdy. Just like, I don't really want to. I'm already a nerd, you know. It's just a little nerdy.
You're hanging out with me. That's for sure. Yeah, I got some more super chats here. You want to answer them with me? We should run through these real quick because I got to hammer them out. Since women can't find men, what's our most likely future? More single motherhood? Male-female relationships without romance, women stop having kids, female only apartments, blocks, and all. We're gonna be it's like segregation. Is that what we're gonna have?
I think we should come up with like dorms for adults.
Dorms.
Like co-ed. I think it'd be fun. Yeah.
See those
Little
advertisements,
MGTOW
brochures,
block.
dorm living for women.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't want to get married. So it's like, I know there's a lot of people like that, men and women. So I
Why
don't
don't you
know.
want to get married?
Because men exhaust me.
Oh,
I'm at that age.
You're tapped out.
I'm about to hit the
Dude,
wall.
you consistently. Great, thanks.
No, I know. But
Mhm.
I don't know. Like, I enjoy men's company, but I have like, I don't know. They annoy me after
Nice
3
to visit,
months.
but you wouldn't want to live with one.
Yeah. I don't think I'm a good partner either. If I'm being honest,
You
I'm
think you will be? Because how old are you? 29, right?
29. Yeah.
And you'll be 30 in January.
They get nicer when they get older, right?
Mhm.
I don't think it's out of desperation,
I'm
though.
wondering if the imperative will like kick in once you hit 30 years old.
I don't know. My sister just had a baby, so I thought that would do it, and it hasn't. But I'm obsessed with this child.
No. So
Yeah.
are you going to be like weird aunt Tori?
I was thinking, I was like, for all my friends that are going to have babies and people in my family, it's like, at least I can take the baby off their hands. You
Mhm.
don't have to pay for childcare. I'll just watch the little demon.
Mhm. I think to answer this guy's question though is like, since women can't find men, well, it's also the other way around too. Like a lot of guys are simply not making the approaches. Apparently, everybody wants to tell us that, right?
I think it's just America.
You get it right all the time. No, I was gonna say is like, what's our most likely future? More single motherhood? Well, if that's the case, if we keep going in this direction, yeah, of course. But it's like we're already at like what 42% of births are out of wedlock right now.
I think if you go
Why should
into
the day be any different?
I think if you go into a relationship knowing that you want babies and it's both like they both kind of want kids, but they don't want to be married, I feel like co-parenting won't be as difficult. It's when you're in a relationship, everything blows up and then you try to get back at each other in court. It just becomes adversarial. But if you make the choice beforehand, I think it could work. I don't know. I'm
Yeah.
going to fuck up all the kids.
I'm
Fuck.
say like I've said this before is I think that once we hit like the 21st century, we're still like we have all I think what really fucked us up is the fact that we have all this information, we have all this data, we have all like we're constantly bombarded with it every single day. If you're on social media, some smart son of a bitch is like put out some art, hey, check out this article, and the article is like, single childless women are happier as a demographic than any other, and then like literally 2 days later there's another article that comes out and says, oh, married women with kids are the most happiest and they're most happiest fulfilled demographic there is, right? And it's like this conflict, this conflicting messages that are constantly there. And the reason we keep having those is because people are trying to like sort of square the circle of having all this data and understanding this stuff, but we're still trying to force fit it into this 20th century like romantic ideal that our parents or our grandparents or the greatest generation or whatever that we romanticize about and believe that they had, whether they did or they didn't. But we're trying to like sort of force fit a 21st century understanding of the sexual marketplace into 20th century ideals. And that 20th century ideal, there's nothing more idealistic than a happy, household and a marriage that's going to last for the rest of your life. Right. And so it's almost like the people who have that are like these anomalies, and
I
they
think
have
they're lying, but I have baggage.
yeah.
I'm just like, that's not real.
Yeah, they want to believe that like, well, I mean, the average American, my experiment, of course, is always go from like, if you go from TSA in Las Vegas airport and you just put down your phone, don't go, don't be like, tapping away when you're walking, just walk from TSA to wherever your gate is for the plane and just people watch for 5 minutes, however long it takes you to just do that. That's a cross section of America.
Yeah.
That's the cross section of the American population right there. And they're all overweight. They're all old. They're in walkers. They're all, or like you go pretty much anywhere where a lot of people congregate and you're going to see like, people with baby carriages and there's a dog in the baby carriage instead of a baby. And they're yeah, that's gonna be you.
And you.
It'll be a big ass Dalmatian, and I'll have a Greyhound. Thanks. I have a kid, man. I did my evolutionary imperative is done.
In the future.
So,
Like, we're good.
now I can proceed into like my great future. But no, I mean, if you do something like that, you'll see like what Tori, normal people don't look like you. Normal people don't look like me. Normal people don't have muscles. Normal people are usually overweight. 75% of the US population is overweight. 30, close to 40% are morbidly obese.
Even with Ozempic, you think?
You know, I just saw the stat saying like that obesity rates have come down just like 2% or 5%. Well, that was the first thing people said, like, it must be Ozempic.
Because I guess I don't know the whole thing entirely, but I guess a lot of people are like pre-diabetes or something, and Ozempic supposedly can help kind of reverse if you're in that stage. So
I don't know. I don't need it.
Same.
I'm worried. You know, it's funny. As Ryan Stone says, he was worried that Ozempic is going to be the fen of this generation. And like they're going to find out like it's like
I know.
Thalidomide babies or something like that. You sort of like your kid will have a toe sticking out of its.
There was something in like the 90s, so you probably have heard about it, where it gave a lot of people really bad heart problems, and they were able to sue because it like people were dying. So definitely like talk to a doctor and whatever, get all the information. But I think it's going to be good.
Do you identify as a feminist? Are you a feminist?
I'm a woman. Like, what do you mean? Like, I think, you know, I've been a little mean to men. I've been trying to change it. It's my baggage, though. Like, don't take it personally. But
I'm not a feminist. I'm just a woman with baggage.
Yeah, honestly. But like, I guess when you're, at the end of the day, I would find it to be dishonest if I saw women just die hard on the male side. Like, you have to be for yourself before anybody. So yeah, I'm going to say men are exhausting me, but I don't actually mean like men as a general population.
This dude thinks you're a feminist. Torshaa is a feminist, and she was very disingenuous. Who's Anton Daniel? Panels blaming there is no such thing as a leadership relationship. She has been pumped and dumped by Chad. I can tell you right now, that is not the case.
I'm literally like so shy.
Yeah.
But you know, I can tell you. Everybody I feel like has their experience. So if they're watching somebody who reminds them of somebody, you know, it kind of is what it is. I don't really take it.
There are very few guys that can actually pump and dump girls. Like, I wonder what like the actual percentage of the like, well, I guess Western U.S. population
would have to
that can actually do that. Yeah, who would have the frame of mind to want to do that? Because I'll tell you right now, like the guys that I work with and the guys who are like or seek out the red pill, they're not doing like, Rolo, teach me how to pump and dump girls. I've never had that. It's usually, how do I get my girlfriend back? I really love her.
I think the guys that pump it. Sorry, do you want to finish?
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think men have to go through like a hoe phase at some point before they get married, in my personal opinion. So
I think
when
they should. I don't think
they
many
should,
do.
right. But I guess like the concept of pumping and dumping, from what I've heard from like men, they fall into it. And I'm like, what do you mean your dick slips into somebody? What do you mean? And they're just like, you go out a lot and then it just becomes a repetitive thing. And then you wake up one day like, who's that? And I'm like, oh shit.
There's like, so it's been and I've been doing this for 22 plus years now. And the way guys come into the sphere, they come into the red pill, they come into the man, whatever you want to call it. The reason why they look for help is usually because what they've been doing isn't working for them. And they need to find some way to sort of make something happen. They're not living the lives that they want to live. They're not meeting the women they want to meet, or in some cases, they might be going through a bad divorce, or they might be going through a bad breakup or something like that. Or they might be 27 years old and never even kissed a girl. Right. Yeah. And how do I, they're not looking to go, how do I become the next Tinder swindler? They're not trying to figure that shit out. They're not trying to, because it's not even in their nature to necessarily be a player. Now, if you
Don't
suddenly
lie to
gave
me.
them the key, if you gave them the key to the Playboy Mansion, eventually they might like say, you know what, I'm gonna go and I'm a
I
kid in
feel
a
like
candy.
all men fantasize about like a bed of girls. Don't lie to me. They do.
Yeah, as a fantasy, okay.
It's a passing
Maybe not
thought.
like, I mean, how
Like
many
in
are we
their
talking
nature.
about in the bed? Like 10? No, I don't think so. 2 maybe. But no, I think that a lot of that stuff, like most of the guys, that's not even in the realm of, it's a fantasy, right? It's not even in the realm of possibility for them.
Yeah.
But like, for the most part, they're looking for, they're not looking even necessarily looking for like some sort of virgin bride or something like that. They're just like looking for some sort of like connection that they can't get because either they're too fat or they don't have the social skills or they think they don't have the money or whatever else it is that they've sort of made as a qualifier that is like a self-limiting belief for them, right? And so they can't really get past that. But I would say their goal is not so much like, because it's not even in the realm of possibility in their head when they're seeking help to begin with, right? So the only goal that they have in their head is, how do I even kiss a chick? How do I even get a second date? Because like I said, I've worked with guys who are like anywhere 25 to 30 years old who they've never held a girl's hand before, right?
Yeah.
And so they're looking for that some sort of that's why OnlyFans is what it is. It's because it's that connection, right?
Yeah.
And yes, I understand like 90% of the guys on OnlyFans are actually married guys. Why? Because they're looking for an experience that they're not getting at home, which is somebody who actually feigning the idea that somebody on the other side of the screen actually gives a shit about them. But that's a whole different topic. But I think when guys like come into the sphere, they're not looking for a program that teaches them how to be a player or how to like spin plates per se.
Trying to make me feel better about this.
Well, I'm not trying to make you feel better about it because I know that's like, especially for women, because when women see like the red pill and they see guys who are dating, they don't like, again, women don't care about men's struggles. They care about like, they just want to fuck the guy at the finish line, right? That's the Rich Cooper thing. Now, I think that's only half right. But as far as that goes, I think there's this idea that guys who find this space, they do it because they want to become like sort of this fiendish manipulator of women. Yeah. They want to have sexual variety and they want to spin plates, and that's the only reason. They only want to get their dick wet, right? They don't want to do actual personal development. They just want to get their dick wet. And I think that that's kind of a misnomer, because what happens is that might be the first initiative that they have, but then later on they go, you know what? I would love to be able to spin plates, but now they understand sort of like the deeper meanings of like what is it to be a man? Like, can you self-improvement, money, muscles, game, health, wealth, and relationships, that kind of stuff. And so they kind of move past, or I'd say they move past it, but they include more with getting their dick wet, with also becoming a better person as a result of that, because you are going to have better quality relationships if you're actually a better person to begin with. You know, if you're going to be a guy who's going to be who's going to get laid, it's probably better to actually be the high quality guy than like feign ape the behaviors of that guy in the first place, right? It's better to be authentic and genuine than it is to like learn scripts and rote memorization, because then you're just wearing that's a costume, and that's a persona that you create for yourself rather than internalizing it and actually becoming that in the first place. And that's really what they end up finding. And honestly, I think that's what scares and terrifies like critics of the red pill more than anything else, is we're actually changing guys and changing guys' lives when they want them to stay the same.
Yeah. I was thinking about it. I was like, if I could give guys any advice, what would it be? And it's like, as soon as you can get confidence, and obviously that sounds stupid. So I support passport bros. I think they should, if you know that you're gonna work the same job and you're not really going to be like that high up in the company or whatever, like travel in your 20s, because then I think it's just in America where this is a predominantly like an issue. I'm sure feminism's going everywhere else, but the culture is so different. Like people don't have this hustle culture in any other part of the world. No other part of the world but America. So it's like this constant ladder climbing. You go to Europe and everybody's super family oriented, so they're more receptive to like talking. And
and that's another reason why like when I say, you know, do the airport experiment so that you can see like what's actually like what the reality, and I have to do it myself. I make a point to do that every time I go to the airport.
Yeah.
Because if I'm doing Access Vegas and I'm surrounded by strippers and OnlyFans girls, and and some of them are just very good looking entrepreneur girls, or you, I mean, what I'm like, if I'm like surrounded by this all the time, I sort of have to like remind myself that this is not normal. This is Vegas normal, but this is not normal, right?
Was my normal because I was in nightclubs. So anytime I would hear like women are overweight, I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
they're all skinny.
Like when we ask, they done the same thing on Fresh and Fit, and I think they do this on like on whatever podcast. They'll go around the table and they go, rate yourself from 1 to 10, and everyone, I'm a 10, I'm a 10, I'm a 10, right? Like I was this like huge, grossly morbidly obese girl. I'm a 10 because I feel like a 10, And when we do that with the girls on Access Vegas, they go, I'm a 6.5, and like she's a smoke show compared to the girls on whatever.
I was saying, I was like, you talk to any woman who's like above an 8 hot, they're very down to earth, very like considerate. They think like, you know what, I've been lined up with like the hottest girls ever.
Right.
So it's like a totally different paradigm.
Right.
But I think they're just saying 10 because you should talk about yourself in a high, like
you always should. And that's what they've learned is sort of this self-esteem mantra. So if anybody asks you that question, the automatic answer is always 10 because I feel I'm going to make it a great day. That's basically the mentality.
Gotta feel good.
Yes.
I think men should adopt it. I've been seeing them rate themselves
I understand the motivational poster lingo. What are you really? And I think you're right too, because like whenever we talk to the girls who are like, they're bottle girls or go, what was it? January. In January, they start doing auditions for like the waitresses and the bottle girls for the pools, right? Yeah. And if you are not like in the upper top echelon, we're talking like the upper 2 to 1% of and this is in Vegas, okay? This is not just world. This is right here. Yeah, and so like I think that sort of brings women sort of very attractive women because they're surrounded by other very attractive women. That kind of gives them, I think, a more realistic perspective of like where they are as far as like what their sexual market value is in Las Vegas. Let me put that caveat in there.
They're all older too. Did you ever notice that? It's like the hottest of the hot women. Like you might think, oh, women over 30. It's like you can kind of tell. Not in Vegas. You really can. They're like they all look like the 28, 29, at least to me from like a woman's perspective. Maybe guys can tell. But I was going to say American men, I would say I will die on the hill and say that all American men are like 10s overseas, even the bald ones, even the slightly overweight ones. Like I really think men should start calling themselves 10s and like travel and get the confidence.
God, I would love to be that. I'm a 10.
Do it.
I think
because then you believe it. Because then it gets put into the universe. I'm so magical.
So now what is this? The Secret?
Chick crack. The Secret. I'm done.
Chick crack that's fucking right.
Law of attraction.
No, it's like, I send out enough positive juju into. Oh wait, hold on. If I send out enough positive juju into the universe, then it's gonna.
It works
about myself. Yeah, but like
it's like CBT.
What's funny is like if a woman says I'm a 10, like nobody bats a fucking eye, but if a guy goes, big fat dude goes, I'm a 10 too, like people go.
what if there's got like a thing about it?
If a guy says it, it's cope. If a woman says it, it's that's what she's gonna make it a great day.
I think if you make it funny, like if you're like a really big dude, like really overweight, and they go, what would you rate yourself 1 through 10? It's like, oh, 10 for sure. I feel like that gets it's funny.
And when people ask me, like, they go, Rolo, you think Rolo runs one of those alpha male podcasts? I'm like, dude, I don't think I've ever like seriously said, like I've referred to myself jokingly, I've referred to myself as a lesser alpha because that was like a designation that Royce had on his blog back. It was like greater alpha, lesser alpha, greater beta. It was just this like stupid like rating system from back then. And if people understand, you have to know what the whole thing was about to get the joke.
When everybody started
a joke, okay.
When everybody started naming their companies alpha, that's when it started to lose it was cool at a time. It was like alpha, but now it's like overused.
Yes. It's like when everybody had software and they would call it whatever software Pro X. Everybody started doing that.
I feel young. When was that?
Well,
did you see my quote?
no,
Sorry.
what one?
Did you see my quote on Instagram?
No, remind me.
It was like it was for the boys. It was like you spend your 20s and 30s researching. Your life starts at 40. I think that's so true.
Yeah, I think so. Well,
Mine died like at 21.
Well,
So
like, the joke has always been this is men don't become men until they're 30, right? They don't really start to realize what the reason why people can like sort of like, that resonates with guys is because once you get to that point and you realize you have more value than you actually did when you were in your 20s. So if you're 25 years old and you go, oh man, all these bitches, like I think more guys are probably more despondent and black pill. There's more black pill doomer guys between the ages of 18 and like 29 than there are from like 30 to like 45.
how do you break them out of it? Like the catastrophizing, like it always goes to the worst thing when I hear them on panels, but I don't know how to break them from that thinking to push them through. Like there's another side, y'all. Get through it.
Well, yeah, though that's why I keep saying like, and I hate it when people fight me on this too, because it's like I have so many guys when they get to be about 35, 36, 37 years old, they go, Rollo, you were so right. I'm hitting my prime right now. I'm hitting my stride. I've got my business off the ground. Chicks are actually coming on to me. I read your book, blah, blah, blah. And then like last night, I'm talking to the guys in the band called The Failsafe, and I'm out at Vamped, and I have people that know me in the club come up to me and go, dude, I loved your work. I loved your
Awesome. Every time we go
I'm at a rock concert. I got people coming up to me, like approaching me.
It's so awesome.
And they're probably in their 30s to 40s. And like I said, I'm doing Reignite right now with Mike Sartain's with MOAs.
Oh, really? I thought you guys broke up.
No, we gotta be back together again. Jesus Christ. I talked about that.
Sartain.
You came on, I talked about it. Mike might come on later on so we can, because he saw that. He's like, we gotta talk about this. Like, all right.
You should lean into it.
Mike will never miss an opportunity like this.
I know.
Knew he wouldn't too. I'm like, you want to come on? Yes, I do.
How old's he turning? 47?
He just turned 47 on Thursday. And I missed his birthday party because I was in Reno and I was signing papers on my house, and I'm free and clear of Reno now. And I was bummed because I really wanted to go, because like the theme was like pajamas for the girls, and they're all in lingerie walking around Hakkasan and like G-strings and like 90s and shit like that. I'm like, what the fuck?
I forgot to join.
I think they broke up. No, I just wish I could have been there. If I'm bummed about anything, it's the fact that I couldn't get to this thing.
Yeah, I remember his birthday last year, and it was like always themed, and we did the group me or whatever. And he was like, yeah, join the group me. The girls are doing it. And I totally forgot. I was going to go though.
Yeah, you should. You need to move. Like, can we? Okay, everybody in the chat, can you like put a 1 in the chat if you think Tori should move to Las Vegas?
Be nice to me, guys. Okay, I'm getting old.
I'll save you the trouble. You need to move to Las Vegas.
I know.
That's where it's happening.
Who reached out to me? John Orlando.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was like, "You live here, right?" And I was like, "No, I used to."
He might have needed you for like a gig or something like that.
Does he book like promo girls or something?
His steady girlfriend. What the hell's her name?
I made him drive me in his car.
She does. Like his girlfriend does. He might have been looking for girls for like her. That would have been.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I need you here too. So I need you to be like part of Access Vegas. I need you to like be my hoe wrangler.
Jesus.
Let me throw this
that
on.
Would actually be fun though. Because
Ghost reporting. Hey, Rollo, watcher since 2017. Not to get off topic, but what happened to Jevani Sanders, best head of my life? No longer on the net. Okay, I'll explain to you what happened. He had to take that song off of Spotify when he signed with the record label that he signed to. I don't think he is with that record label anymore. So the possibility of him putting it back on Spotify is probably highly likely. And then the reason why I wanted to read that is because I think Jevani wants to move to Las Vegas. And so like I've been telling him he needs to move here. I've got a band for you already set up, Jevani. So like if you want to move out here, we're ready to go.
I love Vegas. No traffic, no fucked up roads. It's all nice on your car.
I didn't realize this until I started signing papers on houses. And people were saying like a lot of people are moving to Las Vegas right now. It's growing. And then, and to our credit, I have to say, to my own credit and Miguel Munoz's credit, we saw this coming 2 years ago. And when Miguel comes on later on, I want to do one of these days. I need to do a retrospective of what we've done just in the last 2 years, because it was right around the end of July, beginning of August that I decided that I was not going to partner with Valuetainment, and I was going to do my own gig and do my own thing here in Las Vegas. And I was hoping to like go over the last 2 years of all. I mean, here we are this is the studio. This could be yours.
I feel like I
your studio, Tori. You could do your show. You could get out of the corner of that one little room that you have, and we could find you a place for your Dalmatians. All right.
Yeah, I want to.
This could be all of this could be yours for just your soul. Come to Las Vegas. We have cookies.
I guess I get like worried because like when I moved before and then I came back and saw my parents, I wasn't gone that long, and I feel like they aged so quickly, and I got so sad. So it's like the one thing that keeps me here. He was like, yeah, get it together, bitch.
Well, I mean, it's not like you couldn't travel and stuff like that too.
I say that, but I always plan like that, and then I end up like becoming homeless type shit, and then I'm like, fuck, I can't travel back.
After vacation, my wife said how much she appreciated the money I spent. I feel uneasy, wondering if I'm going to be hit up for something more. Is female appreciation a manipulation tactic?
No.
It can be. It can be.
I feel like when I was younger, I didn't say no. I always said thank you and shit.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the case here, but yeah. Well, guys like to have especially if you're. I think it just depends on the chick.
Maybe it could be.
If the chick is a gold digger and she's like, "Oh, I love everything you do for me." Well, yeah, I'm sure until like the money dries up, and then you're gone, right? So you're dealing with a transactional relationship versus a validational relationship. So, but I don't know. I would need more information to really sort of make that call. I would have no clue who these podcast losers are. Justin Baldini, Don. If I hadn't watched your show, I guess my hate hasn't been diverted yet.
Based.
Right. Rational Agent. Thank you for that. There you go. I would even say that regular sex decreases your testosterone level. No, I would not agree because I've seen the studies that prove that it doesn't.
It doesn't?
Just what I noticed. I also decreased drive and ambition. They've done. Okay, we were just talking about testosterone levels before you came on.
Yeah.
And like when the guys are single, their testosterone is one level. When they get into a relationship or they get married, it drops, right? And then when they get out of that relationship, it goes back up again. Or if the Raiders win the Super Bowl, if they've experienced even vicariously, they experience what seems like victory, it goes up a little bit. Their serum testosterone goes up. Same thing as if they're doing like Brazilian jiu-jitsu and they're in a tournament and they win the tournament, then it goes up a little bit. Like, so the victor gets a boost in testosterone and the loser actually drops. Right. So I was making the comparison that there's a functional evolutionary reason for that to happen. Right. Yeah. But everybody wants to make a big deal out of it and talk about, the smelly t-shirt tests and everything else.
Hormones are so important.
They are, and they're evolutionary. They're like statistical, quantitative data that are statistical clues to function, right? Yeah. To why? Okay, so if this is the case, why does that exist? And like just asking that question is enough to piss people off, right?
Yeah.
Or like I've got these. I was just commenting on these studies that when women go through their menstrual cycle, that their brain architecture and their biochemistry change, and their neural biochemistry changes. Why?
Yeah, you can tell.
Why would that be? To facilitate reproduction, right? Yeah, it's like I don't need a qualitative study to, well, how do you feel today? I know you're not on hormonal birth control. Do you want to fuck your boyfriend or do you not want to fuck your boyfriend? Or do you want to fuck Jason Momoa? Or do you want to
wear red? I'm going to wear red today. I'm going to fuck some shit up.
I keep saying like dual mating strategy and hypergamy and ovulatory shift won't be proven by evolutionary psychology. It will be proven by evolutionary biology.
Yeah.
So, and then making the jump to like, what's the function over the form kind of thing. Right. And so when we're talking about testosterone and we're getting into into the topics of that, I was wondering, and I was talking to Kyle about this. I'm like, what's the milligram jump, right? Now that I'm on TRT and I understand, 100 milligrams versus like 10, right? Like I say, well, your testosterone raises once you get a divorce or you're suddenly single again. And I'm like, how much? Like, is it 100 milligrams? Do you go from 400 to 800? Because that's a big fucking jump.
I would see a lot of men come into the nightclub and their friends would be like, hey, they just got a divorce, and they would look really down. And I was like, I don't know about at least not right away. I feel like it's a very but I was going to ask you, testosterone, the one drawback is that it really affects male fertility, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it can. There's a lot of effects for testosterone. The thing is like testosterone is not just about, I mean, it's primarily about sexual function and libido, but it's also, there's muscle development. There's, just like drive, well-being, ambition. I told these, I didn't know this until I started doing TRT. And I was talking to Mike kept asking me questions like throughout the whole thing. Like I started TRT in January of 2023. Yeah. And then by the time I got to 8 weeks, he's like, how do you feel? I'm like, pretty good. He goes, wait till you're 10 weeks, wait till you're 12 weeks. So then at like 10 weeks, he's like, how do you feel now? And I go, pretty damn good, dude. Yeah. He's like, you're having fun? I go, yes, I am having fun. And he was right, because it makes effort feel good. And it's not, I mean, do guys do it because they want to get, morning wood? Sure. But like there's other effects of it, to it as well. It's like, it's just physical well-being. It makes effort feel good. It makes you want to go and you're more creative. You want to go and do things more. In some cases, it might help you sleep a little bit better. Just depends.
Do you get stuck doing like bad stuff because of it? Like video games, for instance?
No, it's not like, it doesn't.
It makes you
it's not like modafinil where you just stay and do one thing. It's not a grinding drug. It's like that's, like I always feel like because I've done modafinil in the past, and it's like that's what I need when I like need to grind. Like if I'm doing look at it, I might get a tab or two of modafinil. Yeah. But so I know what the effect and the feeling is, and that's not what testosterone.
So do you think it's worth the risk? Like I was thinking, I was like, do men have to freeze their sperm? Can they even do that?
Uh-huh. Yeah, you can there's cryogenic freeze for your sperm, I'm sure.
Do you think it's really that big of a deal to have kids from like a male perspective? Is it really that big of a deal? Like I feel like some people die on this legacy hill, and I'm like, who cares? Make your legacy about you.
I didn't like, so I have a child. You've met my daughter, actually.
She's amazing.
Yeah. It's hard to say. Did I want kids? I think I did. I wanted at least one. I only had one, right?
Yeah.
And
because I think men can live a good life without it.
But it doesn't kick in till later. I don't like. I was just asked like earlier before you came on, like, is monogamy like natural? Is it like
no?
Like, so is monogamy natural? And I'm like, yeah. Is promiscuity natural? Yes, they can both be true at the same time. They're both true at the same time. Well, it would have to be because we need parental investment to like sustain and propagate the species, right? We have to have men and women in a somewhat pair bonded situation so that men can provide protection and security, right? Yeah. And then women, need a guy who's going to stick around, right? That's the whole reason why women think that men ain't shit is because they won't commit, but they won't commit to like long-term security, and they won't commit to all this other stuff. So,
but I feel like maybe it's just me, but like if you think about all the relationships every single person goes through in their own life, and then you realize that the marriages that end up happening compared to all the relationships people go in, it really makes you wonder, like, we're not really good at relationships, So it's like, is it really that natural when you put all of it together?
It might be. I think we were better at it it's monogamy. Like, okay, so like when we talk about monogamy, you have to look at it from an evolutionary perspective versus
boring.
I'm sorry. Well, yeah, it is. You're right. It is boring. Because what's exciting is when you look at monogamy from like a marriage perspective, or you look at it from a social perspective. That's when it gets exciting, right? That's when we get The Bachelor, right? That's when you get like cheaters, because what you're doing is you're pairing an evolutionary imperative with a social like construct or social narrative, right? An evolutionary imperative with a social narrative. And so that's how you want to know why The Bachelor is in its 29th season. It's almost 30 years of The fucking Bachelor. Yes. And why is that? Because it still pricks the instinct of, is this guy for real or is he not for real? I got to figure him out, you know?
There's a new one where you're trying to figure out which guy is on the DL. It's fucking funny, dude. Like it's a house of dudes.
Well, like that's why, like when I remember when Julian Blank came clean about like he got busted for something. It was back in the old RSD days. And he went on some TV show or he went on some talk show and they sort of backed him into a corner and he had to sort of renounce his old bad boy ways and everything. And like women are like, yay, you know, like, the prodigal son returneth, you know. And
that's Sartain.
Because
he's
they
here.
I got Sartain. Let me add him to the stage. Mike.
I heard you guys broke up.
Did we break up? I just want to say, man, I love you.
Tell you that.
Duke the Don. Did you not see the video?
Duke the Don says we broke up.
Hold on, let's see. We broke up. What else? I'm broke. I'm 5'9". No, I'm 5'8". The new thing is that I'm 5'8".
Yes.
What else? What? I pay women to hang out with me. What else? What else can we make up? I don't understand.
No. Can we?
What else can we make up? Whatever else you guys want to make up. It's so funny.
Yeah, apparently we broke up. Apparently you know nothing about evolutionary psychology. What was the other one? What else was he saying? I guess you were right about how men ought to approach, right? Like, because apparently now they're gonna concede a point. They're gonna say that pickup artists are actually were right about how men need to get out and actually do something.
I mean, it's really the Julian thing. I've been hanging out with Owen a lot, Owen Brooke recently, and so the Julian thing. Essentially, what happened was Julian is a Swedish citizen, and he has a controversy. By the way, I was talking to Owen about this. There is no way in hell if Julian did the same thing that he did back then that anyone would have cared. Like if he had done this. So basically, what happened? He's doing a cold approach, his infield video, and he grabs this girl's head and then he like kind of pushes it down. She gets up and she's like laughing, haha! It's really funny. It's like if you and me like shove each other in the back, but because it was a woman and she was Asian, it sparked up this huge controversy. And then he was told the video was made I think in Japan. He was in Australia when the video came out, and then they were threatening to like revoke his visa. So he just left the country and then just basically quit all of doing any kind of pickup stuff. The interview you're talking about was set up on what's his face? Who is the governor's brother who's on CNN? Cuomo? Is that his name? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
But the brother.
The brother of that guy.
Brother, right. But the irony is, do you remember all those videos of Matt Lauer like questioning those sex offenders and how ironic it was later when they found out this stuff about Matt Lauer? Very similar situation here. So Julian does this, and he's like the quote unquote the most hated guy in the world. I know Julian. I like Julian. Julian's a good dude. He made a mistake. He admitted he made a mistake. But the thing is, if Julian did what he did then today, would that have ranked any higher than like Neon getting cucked by his girlfriend? No. Would it rank any higher than the video of Justin Bieber using the hard R in that video? No. Would it rank higher? Like I can name for you 100 things that would have outranked that Julian controversy today. Now back then it wouldn't have, but today, and so Julian has made a huge pivot, and now he's not really doing pickup stuff anymore. Neither is Owen. But like that was one of the reasons why that whole thing happened. I mean, I was very close to Owen. Huh?
I love Owen. Hi, Owen.
Owen's great. Yes,
he's great.
He's the greatest. He's great. So, like Owen is great. Owen is probably one of the best. Like Owen is probably one of the best. He has more patience with his clients, and you're going to see this too, Rollo, because I know you're starting Reignite. You're going to have clients that are like they're going to come to you and they're like full of piss and vinegar, and they're like, I want to change my life, and bro, it's going to motivate the shit at you. And then Rollo, you're going to get clients that are just nothing but fucking excuses. It's just excuse after excuse, and you can clearly see what's wrong with them, and so you tell them what's wrong with them, and then they're just like, no, Rollo said mean things to me, and then they go off and like, and then they'll give you like a bad review or whatever, and you're like, what the fuck, bro? I was just trying to help you. You're going to see this happen a lot, specifically in especially you know your situation, because you're dealing with men who are over 40 who like never, some of them maybe were never in shape, or they got in really bad shape. And so that's kind of the issue, because I'm a coach first and a content creator second. You're an author first, and now you're getting into the space, and so it's going to be one of the interesting things. Owen has more patience than I do. I'll say if there's one strong suit, the superpower that you, me, Ty Lopez, and Owen Cook have is we can talk forever. If somebody said, hey man, we're going to raise money for children with cancer. We found a cure. We just need an extra $1 million. Can you go on live stream for 24 hours to raise $1 million? And so, you, me, Owen, and Ty could do it, no question, with no preparation whatsoever. With the four of us, no question whatsoever.
Yeah, I'll cover half of that in this show.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. It wouldn't be an issue. That's our superpower. Owen's superpower, though, I will tell you, is that when he's with his clients, bro, we were at Barney's Beanery one time, and I've said this before. Los Angeles has the most mid chicks I've ever seen. Going out in LA is fucking terrible. So, we were at Barney's Beanery, and by the way, sorry, this is the first time I've been awake in 4 days. I've been just partying straight for my birthday.
Happy birthday, by the way.
I appreciate that, man.
I have a present for you. I have to give you your present. Okay. We got to go to Roll and Smoke soon.
All right. Anyway, so what were we talking about? Oh yeah, we're at Barney's Beanery, and Owen is like, he's got this client with him, and he's like opening and he's in a wheelchair. Owen broke his leg. He had a compound fracture in his leg from a skiing accident.
Oh my God.
So we're sitting there at Barney's Beanery, and Owen is, and by the way, he'll admit this too. We're talking to the most mid chicks you've ever seen in your life. Like they're just like some guy. I mean, they were very young looking. I will say that, very young. Some guys maybe are into that, but like a lot of tattoos with girls that looked like they were fucking 17, and they were like covered in ink, and they were wearing like flannel and shit, like super mid chicks. And Owen's vigor to go talk to them was fucking out of this. I was like looking at I'll tell you this, Torshaa. When I'm around girls that are interesting or girls that are really pretty, I have a lot of energy. Yeah. When I'm around like mid girls or very vapid girls, I'm just oh fuck.
Well, they're mean. They're mean.
Yeah, they're mean. But like I've interviewed OnlyFans models before, and so can we cuss on here? Because on my channel,
we're well past that time. Yeah, go ahead.
Let it out.
Cool. So my channel, I don't know if you told us, Ro, my team is telling me I can't use profanity anymore. So the thing is. What were we talking? So I'll interview a girl and she'll do OnlyFans, and I'll ask her like, what is her life like? And here's her life. She's fucking gorgeous. This girl's so beautiful. And here's her life. I go to the gym, I walk my dog, I fuck myself on camera, and then I go to sleep, and then I go to the gym the next day. Like that's their whole life. And I'm just like, okay, well, tell me more stuff. Like I have to get them to tell me about like a guy who cheated on them or something to get like any like, well, it's like pulling teeth. It's like very hard. But like if a girl's really interesting, like a female, like some of these girls are like, if you and I have had girls on the show who are like very open about being sex workers. I don't want to date them, but they're very interesting to listen to.
Make for a good
girls
show.
Like, bro, I had Katana Montana hit me up yesterday. She goes, sorry, I couldn't make it to your, she doesn't mind this, she's a porn star. She goes, sorry, I couldn't make it to your birthday. I was in between two scenes, and now I have a client. I want you guys to think about this real quick. For those of you out there right now who are listening to this, I know some of you guys in the chat, you've paid for sex before. I want you to consider this. This girl did 2 scenes with other guys, and then she had a client. Imagine if you're that client, and she went to SDK because she posted it. You're paying for her to go to SDK, this porn star, so that maybe after SDK, you can pay her another $1,000 and have sex with her, and she just fucked 2 dudes before you. Stop paying for pussy, guys. Stop. Just stop it. Oh, my God, bro.
They won't.
So crazy.
That's funny.
By the way, I love Katana. She's great. She's cool. She comes to my event. You guys look up Katana Montana. She's a porn star from Argentina. But the idea that you guys are doing this is it's so funny to me because it's like, I do hang out with a lot of girls that are in Vegas, and like I don't look for sex workers. You just go to the fucking mailbox. You're going to see them here. The thing is about this place is that we're friends, but we're literally pulling the rope on 2 different ends. Like I'm telling guys stop watching porn, and the girls are like, no, let them watch more porn. And it's just so funny. It's like when I had Jasmine Jafar on, and she's like, no, porn is great. Like porn is not that big of a deal. It's not that bad. And it's so funny because what's her face? What's it? Her partner? Khadifi. Farah. So it's Farah. So I say it wrong. It's not Farah. It's Farha. We always say it wrong. It's not Farah. It's Farha. Because guys don't get that because it's kind of fucked up when we say it. Because I said it wrong. It's Farha. It's H-A. So Farha was like, if my boyfriend watches porn, that's not my boyfriend anymore. I want you to think about the irony of what you said. If my boyfriend watches porn, that's not my boyfriend. Think about what you just said. So Farha, who she does stuff on OnlyFans. I don't think she doesn't do guy girl porn.
Remember?
She says
yes.
Yeah, she's a virgin. So she says if she goes, if my boyfriend watches porn, he's not my boyfriend anymore, right? It's just so funny. And then when you see the other thing, which is Sterling Cooper, he's like, hey, I did porn. And it's like, you guys need to stop watching porn. You know what the funny thing about Sterling is, though, that I love about Sterling is like, yeah, I love him. You guys got to stop. You guys got to stop watching porn. And then it's like, man, I had so much fun fucking all these porn stars. It's like,
yeah. And then I love the narrative change with Sterling right now too, because he's trying to like back up off of it, but it's like, dude, you were in the industry for 8 years.
Wait, what's he doing now?
I get what he's doing, and I don't have an issue with it, but it's just here's the lesson. Do you know the story of the Buddha, like the original Gautama Buddha from like 2,500 years ago? He's an Indian prince. So he's an Indian prince. A lot of people think Buddha was Chinese. He's Indian. So Buddha, he's a spoiled brat. He's this prince, and he fucking one day he goes out on a litter, where they take royalty, they don't actually walk on the street. And this is the first time as a child he looks out and he sees a dead person. He goes, "What's that?" He goes, "That's a person who's dead." It's like people die. He didn't know. He wasn't aware of death. And then he sees a sick person. He goes, "What is that?" And his instructor says, "That's a person who's sick." And then you look over there and he's like, "Who's that person?" Like, those people are poor and they're hungry. And Buddha was like, "I cannot believe this." So he goes under the lotus tree, he meditates, and he comes up with these proclamations for other people. But remember, Buddha had a harem of women to have sex with. And it's just like when Bilzerian, Dan is a good friend of mine, when he's like, "You know what, guys? You don't need all this money and you don't need all this pussy. You don't need all this stuff." And meanwhile, we're like, "Yeah, but bro, like, can I find out on my own? Can I go try the pussy and the money for a little bit and find out on my own?" And it's like, it's so funny. It's how rich people are telling you, "You don't need to be rich, dog. You don't need to be rich." So I'm like,
they can't read a room.
I make that comparison. Like I've said this in the past. If you look at like Mahatma Gandhi, he was still nailing like women that weren't his wife. Like there was that whole scandal with him.
Oh, for sure. No, Gandhi for sure.
Martin Luther King Jr. still nailing women that weren't his wife. And who's the other guy? Who's the other guy? I mean, there've been several like men who've been sort of like pacifists that have like, they're still dudes, it's still that status, and they're still having sex with, they still want to get laid. So it is kind of about that too. Let me get to some of these real quick. I got to get to this guy because this dude's been waiting.
Trying to make my head the same size as Rollo's head.
There you go.
Trying to make our heads the same size.
Yeah, I know. Rollo Tomasi, you saved my life, taught me what it is to be a masculine man. I learned more from you than my own father, and I will be forever grateful. Sound like one of these guys I met last night at the club. Fellas, learn everything you can from this man and save your own lives, because no one is coming to save you. Great, thank you. I much appreciate it. That's very nice of you. Maybe we can answer this for Donnie. Thoughts on workplace dating? A girl at work is expressing interest and I'm being hesitant making a move. I try to avoid workplace stuff, but I know someone else will swoop in if I don't act. What do you think, Tori? What should he do?
I would say try to stay friends and work buddies as long as you can, even if they start talking to a dude right now. I think it'll work out in your favor later if you play the long game.
What do you think, Mike? Should you do it?
But we like you.
You should have enough.
Sorry, go ahead.
What?
I was going to say we were allowed to.
Yeah, no, for sure. You should have enough. So I literally, guys, you were talking about dating at the workplace. I literally worked in a strip club. Okay, so I'm surrounded by women who are naked, available all the time. And I would date strippers, but never at my strip club. I worked at Expose on Congress Avenue. It's called the Red Rose now in Austin, Texas. But I would only date girls who worked at Palazzo, or girls that worked at the Yellow Rose, or girls that worked at Sugars. I would not date where I worked because I always knew that confusion would happen, and that the managers would always going to be put in this weird position where if we broke up and they had to pick sides, are they going to pick the really hot girl sides or the daytime DJs? So that's the issue. I would highly recommend you guys just have enough abundance in your life that you don't have to shit where you eat.
Yeah, I was going to say, how much do you care about your job? That should be the first question you have. Do I want to make a career of this, or do I not want to make a career of this? Yes. Should you change your behavior towards a woman depending on where she is in her cycle? Do this on a micro level. Can you share personal examples?
Please.
Could I share?
Be nice to me.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay. So since I'm the only one out here in the street still, I'll answer this question. I'm gonna say something. You want to say something really controversial? I'm gonna say something controversial. My brother, he wants to. You know what gaydar is? You know the idea is that you can tell if someone's gay is gaydar. He wants to make. I know this is not the question you asked, but you're gonna think it's funny. He wants to make some sort of thing where you can use an infrared swipe on someone's head to see if they're XX chromosome or XY chromosome, and he wants to call it theydar. Theydar. He wants to see if they're they them. And as soon as my buddy's attorney JC, he said that, and we both looked at my brother and I was like, bro, if you get that made, if you actually made something like that, you would get sued immediately for a civil rights violation. Even though, do you know, Rollo, how much money we'd make if we had a device
come up with that?
You just put in your pocket and you go like this over the thing, and you're talking to a woman, it goes XY, so you know you're talking to a man. You would make so much money. You could sell that device in like fucking Afghanistan and fucking Dubai. Put a 1 in the chat if you would want a device called the Vaydar, where you just swipe, you just put an infrared line on someone's skin and you can tell if they're X chromosome, XY or XX. People would lose I would pay for that. Now, what was the original question you were asking about?
Would you change your behavior towards a woman depending on where she is in her cycle? If
now here's the thing. Now that's you're getting right to my point, Rollo. You want to know if you wanted a 4-digit body count? I'll tell you how you'd actually get one. If you had a fucking device, just like I said with the Vaydar, but you could tell where it was like it goes luteal phase. And you've got a little fucking beat saying that she was in her horny week, bro. Imagine if you went to a singles bar. There's 500 women there, and you could see a green light over there. All the ones that were in their fucking horny week, you would have herpesipilades. You would have HIV, herpes. You would have so much sex if all you did. If anybody's out there, and like I've got friends that have done this, they've gone out before and like I didn't do anything, and the super hot girls just want to go home and have sex with me. Like the part that they don't understand is like you just caught her at the top of the cycle. You caught her when she's like in her horniest moment. If all you did, you would. If you did cold approach, you did 50 cold approaches, and all you did was approach women that were in that phase, you would get laid so much it would be ridiculous. Now, what's the difference between us and other primates? You guys know? Other primates, when the females are in estrus, they change their scent, and their gonads actually start to get their gametes start to enlarge. You look at baboons when the woman's like in estrus, you can physically see her bottom becomes red. Okay, humans don't do that, except. There are 10 inconclusive studies that show. I'm reading Dr. Buss's evolutionary psychology textbook. I've never actually read the full textbook. I'm reading the $300 700-page textbook. I'm reading that right now. And in the book, he goes over. They're inconclusive, but there are 10 different circumstantial pieces of evidence that show that men actually can tell when women are in their horny week. I say horny week. People don't understand what luteal phase is. Women don't. Yeah, when women know what I mean by horny week when I say horny week. So your skin actually gets lighter. You start to glow a little bit. Again, these are not conclusive, but there's also ones that show that men pay more attention to women when they're in that phase. Their boobs get a little bit bigger. There's these little things that happen. So if you're around a woman a lot, I can tell. Being at the strip club, I could very much tell women's cycles. I got one of the reasons why. Too. Yeah, they definitely can. By the way, the whole study about women syncing up their cycles, not accurate. Turns out that's not true. Turns out they do not, and there's no evolutionary reason for women to sync up their cycles. It's like, okay, I guess our harem leader is here now. Yeah. He's going to fuck us all at the same time. It doesn't make any sense.
That was the proposed thing, yes. Is that
it could because we only go for one dude.
Okay,
we share the alpha.
So the concepts that you'll see though, would you treat them different in different phases? This is the only thing I would tell you. When they're in their mean PMS phase, get the fuck away from them. That's the only thing I would tell you. I just stay away. Like literally, because here's the reason why. I'm gonna tell you this why. Ryan Teraband said this, and Bismarck said this. FedEx Fearless. And the reason why I bring these two people up is because there are no people that you could possibly say that are more unalike than a Ryan Teraband from Northern California and Bismarck, FedEx Fearless, who's from Nigeria. They're completely different, and they came to the same conclusion, which is after you have sex with a woman, the next day, you should not call her. Both of them said this to me. And I've talked to several other people who agree with me on this. And it's not because you're trying to diss the woman, but it's because of this reason. Rolo, let's say we go out, we all party. I meet a girl. She's really hot. We end up hooking up together. The next day, maybe she took Molly. She drank too much. She doesn't even know. And I call her and I'm like, hey, I had a great time with you last night. Just wondering if we could meet up today for dinner. And then she's in a bad phase. Her serotonin levels are low because she took too much drugs. I don't know what she's on. I don't know. I met her on stage at Zook. I don't know what the fuck she's on.
You're good.
And
I know where this is going. You're fucking good.
And I don't know where she is in her phase. So if I call her and she's like, who the fuck is this guy? Or like, now she's going to associate that negative feeling. We could instead of like Molly hangover, we could say her PMS. Now she's going to associate that negative feeling to me and my phone number. I fucked myself. But if I wait a day and she calls me, I know she's not at the bottom of her cycle. She's at the top. I know that if she calls me and I say, hey, let's go get a massage, she's going to say yes. If I say, hey, let's go to dinner, she's going to say yes. So that's why I think it's really important for men to wait for women to call them after sex, because women are the gatekeepers of sex, but men need to be, often aren't, need to be the gatekeeper of a relationship. So once we have sex, I need some pursuit from her. If I don't get any pursuit for her, hey, cool, we just had sex. We can both move on with our lives. But if you want to be a part of my life after we have sex, you have to show me some interest as well.
Right. Go ahead, Tori. I know you're dying.
No, I'd fuck you up. That's what I would do. Fuck you up. Why didn't you call me?
Let me see if I can throw a few other.
No. But why don't you call? But hold on, Tori. If we hypothetically we were to hook up afterward, and like during the nighttime, I was like, you know what? I love the butter cake at Mastro's. Tomorrow night, I'd love to take you there while we're together. While we're together, and I say, hey, if you're free, will you call me in the afternoon? And you say yes. If you don't call me, it's not my fault. You need to call. No, but you need to call me. Yeah. Because when you call me, I know you're ready for it. If you call me, if I call you, I don't know. Because I'm a man. I'm like this every day, the same every day. I got testosterone. I'm the same. I'm happy when I wake up. I'm happy when I go sleep. I'm the same. Hey, Michael, guess what? I have out here a blowjob and a cheeseburger. You good? There's no time of the day I'm going to say no to that, right? I'm happy. I'm a man. I'm always the same. You're a woman. It's up and down and up. I don't know where you are, but I know if you call me, right. But I also know that if you call me, I know that if I'm with a woman and she instigates sex with me, that's consent. Like it's one of these things. I had an attorney tell me this the other day. He's like, let's say, because I've had this issue before. Oh no, different attorney, and I'm not talking about James Sexton. But me and James had a really great conversation. There's a JC. He's an attorney. He works for the State Department in Florida, and we were talking about this concept. He was like, what about the idea of consent? So I've been with a woman before who she likes to do a lot of kinky stuff, but if you touch her neck, because she was sexually assaulted, if you touch her neck, she freaks out and starts crying. This is just this one thing, her neck, nothing else. And I didn't know that. So what JC said, and I love this idea, he tells the girl, get in your favorite position. So now she's getting in her favorite position and also instituting consent at the same time, which protects you. Right? You see what I'm saying? You say get in your favorite position. The other thing I've said for millennia for these guys, everyone in here needs to listen to this. Number one, you need to have a camera in the common areas of your home, not your bedroom. Not your bedroom. You need to have a camera in the common bedrooms of your home. You never need to overtly talk about sexual intercourse in your text messages or come off as needy or thirsty ever in your text messages. Every message you send to a girl, as soon as you guys break up, it is evidence held against you to be used against other women, party promoters, whatever. Never send sexual messages to women. I'm just telling you guys, if you want to have sex with a woman, say, hey, come over later and then have sex with her. You don't need to tell her all about all the things you're going to do to her. She's just going to screenshot that and send it to her homegirls. Don't do it. Okay. And then number three, men do not pour women's drinks ever. Men, listen to me, guys. I just listen. One of you guys going to hit me up in a little while from now when one of your homeboys goes to jail and you have to get him out of jail. And you're going to say, thank you, Michael Sartain. Men never pour women's drinks. Women only pour women's drinks. I just saved someone's life. You don't know it yet. I just saved your life. Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever been to a party and there's that girl who walks out drunk, pees on herself, vomits, and tells everyone she got drugged when she didn't get drugged. She just drank too fucking much. Put a 1 in the chat if you've seen that girl. Oh, I got drugged. Like, woman, you're not that important. Like, you're not even hot enough for somebody to waste their drugs on you, sitting there telling people you got drugged. You didn't get fucking drugged. You just can't handle your alcohol. But she starts running her mouth. Bah, 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 bah. I got drugged. Wait a second now. Hold on. I have cameras in the public areas of my home, so I can see who made your drink. Looks like Sally made your drink, Sarah. Looks like Sally made your drink. Bob didn't make your drink. Steve didn't make your drink. It was Sally. You understand what I'm saying? Protect yourselves, gentlemen. Protect yourselves. Don't snitch on yourself on text messages. Have cameras in common areas, okay? And men do not pour women's drinks. Women only pour women's drinks. Hire a gorgeous female bartender who's also one of your wing girls. I would love to have Torshaa come and just make drinks. Like, hey, Torshaa, can you
move to Vegas?
Yeah, I do it all the time.
That's what she does. Let me throw this out here real quick. Again, should you change your behavior towards women depending on where she's in the cycle? If you could find out where that was and you had an accurate assessment, I would say yes. And Mike is correct. There are subtle ways that men and women understand that where that woman is in her particular cycle. Now, again, I'm going to go back to like the work of like Dr. Marty Hazelton in this sense, but probably David Buss as well, is that women will tend to, they'll wear sexier stuff during that time, right? It's like the woman in the red dress effect, right? So if she's wearing cocktail dress, she's got high heels on, she's made up, and she's going out, she's putting herself into situations which are quote unquote sexual zones. If you can pick up on those subtle cues, then yeah, for sure. The only part is it's sort of an inaccurate science, and I think a lot of guys would love it if they had like what was Mike was saying, is if you had some sort of device that like you could find out exactly where she was in that particular cycle, that would help you out. But yeah,
women will be like, sorry, I just got my period, but then guys will forget about it, and then later they go out weeks from now. You can figure it out with just that.
Oh yeah, you can. Yeah. And then the other there's subtle cues. There's also vocal intonations when women get that husky voice. It's like that, like guys, a sexy voice. When they get that, the vocal again, more work by Hazelton is the sexy voice stuff, right? And then the other part of this is like, and then Mike mentioned, be careful of her when she's in her down cycle, right? If she's in her luteal phase, then she goes through, then she flushes out, right? Then she goes through PMS and then everything else. Again, this is Dr. Martin.
Natural Cycles app. It's an app called Natural Cycles, and it actually, like, if you have a girl,
how to get your woman
it goes with your aura ring, and it will tell you when she's assuming
she has an aura ring.
Ladies, do you hear this right now?
No, ladies, gentlemen, buy your girl. If you want a girl, and make sure you never get her pregnant, because once you stick your dick in crazy and a baby comes out, bro, it's 18 to life. You want to make sure you never get her pregnant. You need to get her an aura ring and get that and pay for that Natural Cycles app, bro. It will sit. Thank you. Thank you so much, Michael Sartain. Thank you. I promise you, I'm giving you guys game you don't even know about yet. Please,
future game. Yeah. So I was going to say one of the things that and this, I don't know if I've ever had this conversation with you, Mike. One of the things that Hazelton presents, or she like hypothesizes, let's just say, is that when women go through their particular cycle, they go through their proliferative cycle where they that's the horny phase, right? That's, right around day 9 to day 12, right? And then the egg drops, and that's usually when women are in that, like, I need to go get laid. Then afterwards, then they go through a quote unquote nesting phase, very similar in a small short-term phrase, that women will get when they get pregnant, right? And it's usually, the female body is saying, am I pregnant? Am I pregnant? And by the way, yes, to answer the question, hormonal birth control sort of thwarts this, but women will go through that nesting phase. That's when they want their phone friends. They want their emotional tampons. That's when the guys who are like the beta male guys, they suddenly give them a call and go, he was such an asshole. I can't believe I fucked him again. And then they go through that phase. They get their girlfriends. That's when Ben and Jerry's happens. And so then they sort of go through this quote unquote nesting phase. The body is still wondering whether or not it has been impregnated, right? Then, of course, you go through the flush, then you go through menesis, and then that's when you get the PMS, right? PMS has been theorized anyways, that the reason why women get bitchy during PMS time is to drive away all the beta males that were drawn in for comfort and emotional support during that nesting phase, right? That's why PMS exists. The evolutionary reason for PMS is to drive away beta males so that when she comes full circle and she comes back into her luteal phase, then she's really not looking for those beta guys. She's looking for guys who are like more alpha, who that she really wants to have sex with, wants to be impregnated by. And so then the cycle continues and goes through that process. So understanding the entirety of the cycle is also important. I would say it's actually more important than just trying to figure out, well, how should I change my behavior for her at this particular moment? You should also remember that you probably change your behavior when she's past that point too, just so you know when to show up and when not to show up. So, but I thought that was interesting, especially the nesting thing, because that's what women do when they get pregnant is they go through the nesting phase, right? They want to like set up the nursery and they want to pick out clothes and everything else. And if the baby is not forthcoming, then they get depressed, right? So. Sorry, go ahead, Tori. You were going to say.
Ladies, they're on to us.
They're evil.
Fuck them up.
Let's see. Here we go. The waning influence of the church coincides with the waning commonality of monogamy. The church helped beta bucks. Okay, thanks. This was interesting. I want to throw this one on here real quick for Mike. Men with looks and game will pull more chicks than men with status. Do you agree or do you disagree?
It depends on what kind. You can. In a certain context, you can be good looking enough with game, but here's the problem that the guys are missing. I got
a follow up for you for this. Okay. Go ahead.
So my status, what it does is create logistics for me. If the guy has good logistics, so you say he's good looking and has game. If he works at a nightclub, then of course he's going to have herpesiphilates. He's going to get so much vagina from doing. And I know males. I know guys who they double up. They do male stripper work. They don't make a lot of money being a male stripper, and they're a VIP host at the same time. Those guys have four digit body counts, right? Those guys will do that. So I do agree you can get laid a lot being good looking and have game. I'm not saying that that's not the case. But my point is the part that you're missing is that being good looking and having game, if you live in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, no, you're not going to have a lot of sex because your logistics are bad. And my status creates good logistics. Don't forget that part. So if you're asking me a question, if I'm how like the road manager a lot of times has sex with the groupies, I'm using an extreme example here, but he's an incredible logistical situation because the girls can get backstage. And so because he has, remember, access to scarce resources, which in this case is access to backstage, like the guys around Chris Brown are probably getting laid a ton because of this whole Chris Brown paying $1,200 for a photo. Logistical access, which is part of social circle and social status. My answer is you can overcome that. And the reason why you know that to be the case is because I'll show you Hugh Hefner. Hugh Hefner is a guy who did not have a great deal of game or looks and had sex with more than anyone you know about. And I'll tell you something else. Dan does have game, but Dan is not Bolzarian. He's not particularly good looking, but his status, and I know you guys are going to say it's money, bro. It is not money. I've been out with Dan before, and he has like a comp table at some nightclub, and women are fighting. One girl kicked another girl in the head. Read about I think this happened in San Diego like 10 years ago. They were getting into a fist fight just to stand next to Dan. Status. Like when there's like mid-tier levels of status, then when you get to fame will trump anything, and anyone will tell you that fame. Orion Taraban said fame will trump anything. You and I have talked about fame trumping anything. Dan is talking about that. So fame being the ultimate level of status will trump anything. I will tell you at my birthday on Thursday, I don't care if you were good looking and you had game, you were not beating me. I walked into the club with 35 girls. No one was going to out status me. So my answer is either thing can work. My answer is what is better, a good running game or a good passing game? And the answer is the good running game, if you can get it to work, it's really hard to stop. But the other thing is the good passing game, you can score quicker. You can score both ways by being good looking and having game. That's a great way for you to score, but also about ultimately which one can go nuclear 100%. Using social media, having a ton of status, being borderline famous, and then not borderline famous, but having a bunch of pre-selection and social status from other women being around you will defeat any guy who's good looking. And I know because I know most of their girlfriends.
Tori.
My dog's barking. I'm like, you're talking about boy stuff. I'm going to go let my dogs out.
Okay.
I don't have any advice.
No, I mean, do you think it's, does
women be fucking broke men all the time?
do looks trump status?
Looks.
They could.
No. See, I think status.
What gets you
Status
laid?
all
What
day.
gets you laid? Status or good looks?
Status.
Well, both, right?
I think it depends on where she's at in life. Like it's so comprehensive. It'd be hard for me to pick it out, you know. I don't know what I really go for.
I'm gonna throw a monkey wrench in here. First off, just on the fame tip, fame is really is the highest form of pre-selection. So if you've got fame, if you're rock star status, if you're that high up, that's gonna there's no question in a woman's mind that a famous guy has already been pre-selected by other women and like 100% confirmed that this guy is who the fuck he is. There's no question of who he is. You don't need feminine intuition to go, is he really Mick Jagger? Yeah, he's really fucking Mick Jagger, right? Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that. So status being what it is, and like I was contemplating this because the reason this wasn't even a super chat, but I brought this up because I wrote a Substack about this not too long ago, because a lot of people were saying, looks maxers always want to say, well, it's always good looks. It's good looks. It's good. Like, well, that gets you through the door, gets your foot in the door for sure. Don't get me wrong, but you still got to be who you say you are. Right. And then I thought about it for a little bit more. And I realized this is that good looks are a form of status. So if you go from being a fat ass to being a dude who's in shape. And I'll tell you right now, like people, like when I'm doing, unmute yourself, Mike. When I'm doing these live streams with my band, right? And I'm just there just goofing around. I'm not doing red pill shit. I'm not even thinking about red pill shit. I'm just like saying, hey, this is what we're doing. Like we just throw on a live stream whenever we do rehearsals, right? The first thing people comment on is like, Ro, Swallow's got guns. That's the first thing that they're not listening to the music. They're not listening to shit. They're just going, man, Rollo's really, really flexing. And I thought about this and I go, good looks, like being yoked is its own form of status. So if Hide Yamagishi walks into a room, that dude fucking works out, right? Or if a guy like Scotty Eichler walks into the room and he's like yoked and he's like 6 foot tall, right? That's a form of status. So to be at an elite athletic level is its own form of status. And then by order of degree down from there.
I feel like guys with status are fun. I was like, what would I go for? A guy that's fun, who makes me feel good. You know what I mean? Maybe looks are a part of it. I don't know.
When you get to Vegas, do you want me to take you on stage for Marshmallow at XS?
Yes.
I watched.
We'll go to Area 15.
You know what? He's dating that one girl, and then
I'll introduce you to him after the show. We actually all go up to his room, and there's like a spread.
Oh,
and
really?
It's like 4:00 in the morning. Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to go do that? Does that sound fun? So Rollo, what you're saying is correct. I have a different metaphor for you, and that good looks is actually a resource. So access to scarce resources. The scarce resource is the good looks. So if you think of being good looking or being able to protect or provide all of these as resources, then I think it actually makes sense. And then having more resources is indicative of a woman seeing you as higher status. Then I think that metaphor makes a little bit more sense to me to say it that way. Yeah. So, but I do agree with what you're saying. Like, so good looks is status. Yes, that can give you status. But I do think I've run circles around the rich guy or the really good. There's this one really good looking male model who's always on stage at XS. He's he's one of the biggest male models I know. Every girl I know follows him, and he goes out at the club. He doesn't look like his pictures from like 10 years ago. He's still pretty good looking, and he'll go around, and his game is so fucking narcissistic, hoity-toity. Like, and he doesn't really have game because he's so good looking, and I hang out with him, and like girls, I just get girls off him all the time because his good looks don't counteract the fact that like he doesn't really have game. Just like you ever met a girl who's really pretty and isn't funny at all because she's never had to be funny because she has huge boobs. It's the same kind of situation. This guy's been so good looking that he just never developed any game. And also, it's pretty rare to find a guy who's really good looking who does have game, only because it's like Shaquille O'Neal never learned how to shoot a three-pointer because he was always near the basket and he was 7'1". He had that advantage. It's like the really good-looking guy, he can just post up by the bar. He doesn't have to say as much. And so because he doesn't have to say as much, it's a little like if you ever talk to a really good-looking guy, they're almost afraid to go out and say things and take chances because their good-looking card has been so effective for them. They don't want to screw it up. You see what I'm saying? They don't want to. They don't want to mess up this
If
good
it
thing.
ain't, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, but the 5'9" Indian dude, he'll be funny as fuck. The Filipino dude, he'll sit there. He will take chances. He'll make the girl laugh. And then he'll take her to a party, coolest party she's ever been to in her life. Like he's at the end of the party, they're laying on a beanbag, looking up at the stars. He's got the girl laughing. She's got her arm on him. He's running. That's game. He understands compliance. Loops, that is game. But he has to do more game. He has to take more chances because throughout history, only 40% of men and 80% of women have reproduced. So genetically or throughout historically, there's been a group of men have just been left out. He doesn't want to be left out, so he's going to take chances. That guy has to develop game. So generally, I don't see a lot of very good-looking guys that have game. The only exception would be a guy who used to be fat and then he was funny and then he got himself into shape later on. That would be an exception. But most of the
bartenders.
Yeah, but bartenders too, they have to talk to a lot of people. You do see some, but no, status will trump anything. There's nothing like, I don't mean to be arrogant, but I can prove to you status will trump anything.
Like the jockeys that when I worked at the racetrack, the jockeys who are like 5'3", 5'4", maybe even shorter, like they had a lot of status for racing horses. And I feel like they were pulling bitches left and right. It didn't matter about height.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
The guy on stage who lets the girls with the artist pass, the jockeys, like you said before, the lifeguard. There's all of these tropes about the guy who has more access. I will tell you, as a manager of a strip club, holy shit. Like I know guys who manage strip clubs, they have a ton of access with women. Like, and it's to the point where it's almost like cheating. And so I will absolutely tell you, yes, there are ways to use. You guys are thinking of status, but you need to include logistics with status. And you also need to remember that status, because of social media, is now scalable to millions of people. And when you consider those two things, your funnel becomes more refined, meaning meet the girl, take her to the place. Like I live next to the strip. It's not on an accident. Like literally a girl will be like, oh, I'm staying at the MGM. I was like, that's the MGM right there. I can see the MGM from my bedroom. It's like a comfort. I was like, okay, cool. We're not that far away, whatever. Like these are really good logistics and a really great status. You can scale it. Whereas good looks, you can't scale unless you use social media, which is social circle game.
Yeah.
Social media is social circle game, no matter what. And social media is not cold approach pickup. Social media is social circle game. So the only way to scale your good looks is through social media, which is social circle game.
Yeah, I was gonna say is like whenever like you and I go to like Babes in Toyland or we're at an event or like hell, even last night when I was at Vamped watching the Failsafe, like I go in there and I'll get IOIs from girls, right? But then like once somebody comes up to me and they go, oh, you're Rolo, your stuff saved my life. Hey, can I shake your hand? I want to talk to you and tell you, they suddenly like you're recognized. Or if I'm like recognized in the airport, or if I'm recognized, walking from valet to whatever gig that Mike and I are doing. It's one thing to walk into a situation and nobody knows you. And then you're walking across the club and like 10 guys want to shake your hand. They want to like to talk to you. Then suddenly everybody like has, who is this guy? Is he important? Or like, who should I like? Women don't even know who like Rollo Tomasi is as a quote unquote author. But as soon as I go into On the Record or something like that, where we're in Vegas or something, and I walk from the front entrance to the back where Mike's doing the runway thing, and I'm shaking like probably half a dozen to a dozen guys' hands on the way in and the way out, it's like I'm suddenly everybody like, oh, this guy, even if it's that low level fame, it's like nobody knows me from fucking, the TV or movies or anything like that. But like just the fact that I'm walking from one end of the club to the next end of the club and I've got guys coming up to me who recognize me, that's a low level bit of fame. And you will end up seeing how the status and the IOIs and the interest level goes up as I move along.
I just text the two of you a video.
I know.
Can you? I'm not going to post the video. Can you describe to me what you see in the video? Can you describe to me what you see in the video?
Are you sure?
Yeah, go ahead, describe it to me.
Do you want to see the video? Do you want to see the guy?
Okay, we got a guy.
Don't say the guy's name.
Okay, I won't say his name.
We know his name. Okay, whatever. A guy who has. Well, there's a hot blonde. She's probably.
She said it.
Yep.
Hot blonde. She's probably 27, 29, maybe something like that.
Doesn't matter. She's really attractive. She's actually. I'm sorry.
I know who the girl.
Her arm around the guy who's got to be like 5'4", maybe. I don't know.
No, he's 4'11".
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
How tall is the girl? I know the girl too. How tall is she?
The girl. Hold on. Stop.
Uh-huh.
The dude is 4'11".
The suit looks great.
This fucking girl is all over him.
Yeah.
Because He followed my motherfucking program. And he got a ton of he basically ran dread with that girl. He got a ton look Rolo, look at that video and you tell me status isn't real, bro.
He's good
There's
looking,
no way.
though.
Huh?
Yeah, he's good looking. But it's like he's
good looking at 4'11.
Most guys would
Yeah,
say
it's
he's
probably not.
But everyone would say he's at a height disadvantage, obviously.
I would say he's about a 5 out of 10.
Well, regardless of 5 out of 10, what I'm saying is he just overcame 4'11. Stop. Yeah. And then, by the way, this guy, he sleeps with other women too. What he does,
I'm agreeing with you.
He creates a situation with so much jealousy, with so many women competing for him, that it overcomes the fact that I'm a foot taller than him. It's incredible. When I saw that, dude, I almost started crying when I was watching this video. I was like, this guy is with the hottest girl in here, and she was all over him, Torshaa, and he's 4'11.
Yeah.
Now he had some shoes on that made him like 5'1", but he's 4. Bro, you got to stop, man. I'll say it before and I'll say it again. The status will trump everything. That video you have, it's undeniable. Torshaa, you can't tell me that video isn't real. That dude is shorter than her.
Yeah, no, I believe you. I'm always bad at guessing height, but the suit looks great. The slim fit with the broad shoulder looks really good.
Yeah, because you want to
dressing normal. Most guys don't.
He dresses really well.
Yeah,
he's in all black. Great. I wonder where he got. He's in all black. I wonder where he got that idea from, Torshaa. I wonder where he got the all black idea from.
Forest green. Yes. Get your colors right. He's wearing black under. But it's a forest green suit that's hard to pull off.
I'm not going to show you guys the video just because he just started dating that girl. I don't want.
He just texted us too. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's
I thought you were talking about another one.
You have to take our word for it.
Well, gentlemen,
if they go public, Rolo, if they go public as a couple, then I'll show the video. Okay. But right now, he just met her. I don't want to. I don't want to. Hey, we're using you as a fucking case study for our program.
Yeah, let me know if that happens for sure.
Gentlemen, I got 2 dogs screaming at me, so I'm gonna close out over here. It was a
I'm gonna
pleasure.
swap you out. Okay, thanks for joining us.
Love you. Bye, guys.
Love you too. Bye. There we go. I have Mr. Miguel Munoz.
There he is.
There's Miguel. Let's roll this one by you. Am I onto something when I say the influx of passport bros will slowly, over the years, mess the dating opportunities of local men? It's still cope or buffer, right? I've stopped because I felt bad for those local men.
Local men in terms of the foreign countries?
Yeah, like as far as passport bro. Well, actually, that's a good question for you because like crypto bros are like way into passport.
Because we're it's kind of interesting because like we just did like a private call with the guys in the Castle Club and stuff with Fresh and Fit, and they had like their guy Cassie, right, who's in all these foreign countries, and that's kind of what's going on. There's starting to be this anti-gringo movement in Colombia, or basically we're like, I mean,
there's too many of them showing up.
Yep, in Medellin. he literally.
No, I heard that. No, I have two coaches that live in Medellin, and both of them tell me they want to leave.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, like, the problem is this. I'm not telling you that these guys are going there and just fucking women for money, because that's not what's happening. But it's so disproportional when you make $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 US, and the women there make $10,000 a year. You guys, but by the way, I want you guys to understand this. Half the Earth's population lives on less than $5 a day. The median PPP, it's the GDP per person on planet Earth. On planet Earth is $10,000 a year. If you make $32,000 a year, you're in the top 1% of wage earners on Earth. On Earth, $32,000 a year. Now you go to a poor country. Colombia is a poor country. Yeah. You happen to be in a place where there was so much. I find that places that are very hard to live in, like Poland, Ukraine, and Colombia. Colombia is they've been through a lot of wars, a lot of death, murder, like, a lot of terrorism. Places like that are very hard places to live throughout history have more beautiful women because the more robust genes survive, the stronger men have more attractive children and they date more attractive women. Those are the ones that survive. And so you see these Polish women are gorgeous. These Norwegian women are gorgeous. Like these Russian women, hard places with hard men and hard women, they tend to have more beautiful people. Yep. And so that's what I'm seeing in Colombia, Venezuela, places like that, some places in Brazil, hard with gangsters and crime and corruption. They tend to have fucking gorgeous women. Whereas in the United States, it's not hard. It's easy. Living in Kansas is easy. So what do you see? You see fat. You see obesity. Yeah. You see women that are not that pretty. That's what you see. They don't go to the gym. They don't care about their looks. That's what goes on, man. But these women that come from Cuba and they live a hard. You've seen these Cuban women. They'll be at the fucking 11 or the Rhino, and they're so goddamn beautiful. Yeah. Why is that? Because they came from. That's hard genetics. That's genetics that have been pounded through the years, bro. It's like the survival of the fittest. And you see these Cuban women will come with these incredible bodies, bro. You know what I'm saying? So that's essentially what's going on. I really wish Donald Trump, with his whole opening the borders, Slovenian, Slovakian, Ukrainian women, we need to just let them in. Can we just all agree? Let's just let them in. Can we just let the Polish? Come on, man. Can I get a one in the chat? Can we just let the Polish women in, bro? Polish women, Norwegian women, Finnish women, Swedish women. Can we just let them in? Some of these heavy women in England, we don't need to let them in. But like, can we just let these? Come on, guys? Can we let the Romanian women in? Can we just let the Bulgarian women in? If they're hot, it's like, what do? Model, check. Visa, stamp. Can we just let them in? That's what I'm saying. Whose job are they taking? They're not taking anyone's job here. These women are fat. These women are fat. Can I say this?
Mike needs to be the Speaker of the House.
Matt, do you guys agree with me? Can I get a one in the chat? These Venezuelan and Colombian women, can we just let them in? Maybe not some of these northern Mexican women. Can we let the Venezuelan women in? Can we let the Colombian? Just let stamp. Like, let's let dudes who have PhDs, right, in engineering, mathematics, science, technology. Let's let them all in, and then let's let all the women from Slovakia and Slovenia and Italy. Let's let them in. Can we do this? If I'm wrong, put a 2 in the chat if I'm wrong. But as far as our immigration policy, I would like to see a little bit of. There's no. I got a homegirl, man. She's from Australia. She is so beautiful, and she's trying to get an M1 visa so she can work here. And I'm like, what is this country doing? Not letting this gorgeous woman into this country. I know another girl. She's Hungarian. She's the finest woman I've ever seen in my life. And she's like, oh yeah, I can't really get a visa. And I'm like, our country is messed up. I'm America first, and because I'm America first, we need more beautiful women in this goddamn country. That's what we need to do with our immigration policy. First.
Hey, Mike, did you want me to put this on here? Add this up?
Yeah,
here?
Go ahead. Okay. Yeah, so if you guys want to see, this is my birthday. This is what I'm talking about with the status stuff. Like, okay, let me see. This is. Did you see what's her face got me right here?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah. Is a chick next? Is Masha Diddick with you on that one?
No, that's not Masha. That's Tawny. What's this?
Tawny. Okay,
bro, dude, Morgan Holloman hit me so fucking hard in the face with the cake. This is what my birthday looked like. I'm sorry, guys. Social circle trumps everything. Social circle trumps everything. I don't care what you. Hold on. There's one video though I want to show you guys. Let me see if I can find it. Where's it at? Where's it at?
I love how Duke the Don.
This was my intro, guys. This is me walking in.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys. I'm Big Pimpin' here.
Oh shit.
Came into the pimp.
This is at Hakkasan too. And by the way, the theme was pajamas. So all these chicks are in like
pajamas and lingerie.
Yeah, lingerie and pajamas.
Which there were 35 girls behind me.
When I thought I was going to be able to show up to this, by the way, I bought a smoking jacket just for this this event.
Oh, well, there's one video. This is it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah,
I walked in 35 girls and no dudes. Social circle game for the win. It trumps everything, and I paid $0 for this. I paid $0 for this.
And I can't confirm because I was in the WhatsApp chat with all the girls who were like all planning this on their own. Oh, and there's Jim.
And then here's James Sexton. He came to my birthday. The world's most famous divorce attorney.
Yeah, just to keep you on track.
This is an average Thursday night in Vegas.
Yes. Oh, I can hardly wait for Duke the Don to like respond to this one. Oh, these girls are paid. And there's your brother.
Carbon cup.
Anyway, like I said before, there's no comparison. And one more time, guys. I said this before. No matter how mad it makes you, no matter how pissed off you get when I say this, I don't give a fuck. I didn't pay a single fucking girl to be there. They were not compensated in any way whatsoever. They came because I have created a social circle. If you don't believe it, you're welcome and willing to go online. They're all tagged. If you can find one girl who says that I paid her, I'll give you $50,000. You can find one girl. And by the way, that goes back 10 years. If you can find one girl in the last 10 years I've ever paid to come to anything, I'll give you $10,000. Boy, they get mad. Boy, they get so mad. It's like, no, he has to be a sex trafficker. It can't be real. Pickup is real. Black pill is real.
That's almost one whole Bitcoin, bro. Like that's some serious fucking money.
It's not serious money because they're the one who's going to lose the money. They got to. Oh, by the way, you got to
that's
put
what
up
I'm saying.
$100,
No,
and I'll
no,
put up
that's what I'm
50,000
saying.
because I'm going to take your $100. It's so funny. It's like the guys who like they keep saying that I'm 5'9". I'm like, okay, well then come here. I'll put up $100,000 and you put up $100. If I turn out to be 6'1", which I am, then I get the $100. If I'm 5'9", you get $100,000. Do you want to do that? All of a sudden, you never believe this, guys. They never show up. They never fucking come to the shit.
Exactly.
I have a picture of me standing next to Wes Watson, and I'm in Chuck Taylors, meaning there's no lifts in my shoes, and I'm taller than Wes Watson, but they think I'm 5'9". I have a picture of me standing next to Phil Heath, who is a world champion bodybuilder, and he's 5'9". And he comes up to right here, and they're like, Michael Sartain's 5'9". Again, I don't care. I hope people think I'm 5'8", because if they do, I'm going to make more money.
Dude,
if I'm 5'8" and I got women like that, yeah, I'm the greatest
like
goddamn coach in history. Huh?
I said I just think all the people that are watching YouTube just think every YouTuber is like 5'3".
No, but the thing is, I wish I was 5'3".
They're attacking, but it's just
I've seen you in person, bro. I know that's not the case. But like the only thing that I'm saying is just like round it up to one whole Bitcoin, because to be honest, like you're gonna make that shit. Anybody who's coming up here and saying that is just gonna be.
I don't care. There's nothing wrong with being 5'9". If I was 5'9", I wouldn't have played tight end. I would have played running back. I don't care about being 5'9". My point is, when people say this, I'm like, okay, cool. Can you come out? Because I want to make content. I want someone who believes I'm 5'9" to come out to Vegas. I'll fly for it. I want to film the whole thing, and then I want to embarrass them, and then embarrass anybody else who said it. That's all I want to do. I don't really care, dude. I'm telling you right now, if I was 5'6" and I had the results that I have right now, I would make $1 billion a year. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like, it would just be it actually hurts my business that I'm 6'1". It actually hurts my business. It would be better for me if I was shorter. You guys understand that?
That's actually
it would hurt. I don't care that people think I'm 5'8". That's not the issue. It's just that, like, if you believe lies, then what else are you going to believe? Like, people don't believe I was a captain in the Air Force. They're like, of course. I'm like, but I could prove it. I have a military ID. But the thing is, like, when you say that, I was like, okay, cool. That's fine. I don't care that you don't believe it. What I want you to do is come out here, put your money where your mouth is, and then when I embarrass you, I want it on camera.
Well,
I want to be like Omari
round
Povich.
it up to one whole Bitcoin. That way we can make it a little interesting for some people. Little bit of a crypto check.
I gotta show you that. I gotta show you this. Okay. George Gammon is 6'4". Robert Kiyosaki is about 6'3", 6'4". I am 5'11". Okay, I am not 4. When people see this, they think Roll's a manlet.
Dude, Robert Kiyosaki's a fucking G. That guy's
he's tall as fuck too. And I find that interesting is like a lot of the guys that I like. Myron is 6'2", something like that.
No, he's taller. He's
6'4". Yeah, he's probably
6'4".
at least. And then you got
he's 6'3" or 6'4".
Justin Waller's 6'3".
Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
You should pull up that picture of Justin Waller next to Barron Trump.
Oh yeah.
Oh god, I would have.
That's incredible.
What's Barron Trump like? 6'8"?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like 6'7".
He's tall as fuck. Yeah.
Tall as hell.
That's funny as hell. Let me get through these last two super chats before we get going. A girl said to me when talking about her past relationships that she thinks she gets bored of men. What does this indicate about her? Have you ever had a chick say she's bored of you?
Yeah.
Bored of men.
She's not gonna tell you. She's going to tell other people she's bored.
No,
she's not.
You're bored of the men that are that are orbiting you right now. Is basically what you are.
No. Here's the thing. She has a cool guy friend like me. She's going to tell me she's bored of you, but she's not going to tell you.
Right? Yeah. Well, she says she's bored of men in general.
Oh, yeah. That means she got pumped and dumped by Chad Thundercock, and that's why she says she's bored.
And she can't find
that's what's going on.
Hotter.
Yeah, for sure, That's exactly right. Yeah, like she's gotten to the point where the supply and demand curve will never meet because she's had sex with who she deems to be a 10, and he's not interested in her. So the men that are interested in her are less attractive, and that problem becomes successively worse every year. Again, it's an economics problem. As a woman gets older, her buying power decreases. So her getting a high status man becomes more expensive, which means she has to do more sooner to get the high status man. And in doing so, she goes to a high status man who has a ton of options. She has sex with him quicker and then doesn't get him to settle down, which does what? Then makes the problem even worse. You see what I'm saying? And like you said before, where were all the good men? Well, you left them back in your 20s. Right. That's what you said before. So it's the same type of situation. So it's not that older women aren't attractive. Can you pull up this photo real quick?
Sure.
Do you see the stilts in my shoes right there, dude? Like I am wearing Chuck fucking Taylors. You can see my feet. I'm wearing Chuck Taylors and I'm standing next to Wes Watson and I'm like maybe a half inch taller than Wes. And people are saying that I'm 5'9". Now, even after showing this, people still believe it. I don't care that you believe it. It doesn't matter to me. What I want to know is, are you willing to put your money where your mouth is and come out here and measure me? Because if you are, I'm going to humiliate you. And I want to do it on camera. Is I don't give a shit what you believe. Just as long as you let me do it on, just as long as you let me do it on camera. That's all I care about.
Yeah. We're going to, you know, what we have to do is we got to get one of those like height charts that they put up at like 7-Eleven, and we got to put it here in the studio. We got to put it up on the wall so that when people come through into the studio, you can see how tall everybody is, like perfectly. When the perpetrator leaves, like you can tell if it was 5'4" or 5'10" or 6 foot whatever.
Bro, it's silly. It's even in the chat. You are not taller than Wes in that pic. It's like they can't stop, bro. They're obsessed, bro. They're obsessed. Like they just like I have never been this much focused on another man's body in my entire life, bro. These guys are so obsessed. It's one of the craziest things, bro. I agree with you. I wish if I were shorter, I'd make more money. I'm telling you, if I were shorter, I'm not trying to tell you I'm telling you I'm 6'1" because I am, because that's what it says on my military ID and my driver's license and my passport. It all says the same thing because I'm measured. But like they can't let it go. Like they have to believe. No, he's lying about something.
It's got to be the flat earthers.
We'll put a right on that wall over there. Yeah, we have to get the height chart. Let me throw these other ones up here. Does it really matter what trumps what on average? Shouldn't it be what works best for you as an individual? Play to your strengths. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. No, agreed. While I agree with you, it's still like you can say a horse and buggy, if you're Amish, works best for you than a Lamborghini. But the Lamborghini will get you places more efficiently and get you more status when you do it. Horse and buggy is cold approach pickup. Lamborghini is social circle game.
Yeah, I want to throw this one back up here again because I don't want to give this guy short shrift because we had Tori bottle out real quick. Am I onto something when I say the influx of passport bros will slowly, I guess, die over the years mess the dating opportunities of local men? I don't think so. It's still cope or buffer, right? I've stopped because I felt bad for those local guys.
People always want to have sex. I mean, people always want to find more women and stuff. So I don't think it's going to go away. Like, I mean, if I'm just thinking economically, right? As long as the dollar's getting weaker, but other currencies are weakening their currencies more in order to do exports, like people will always fly. Like, as long as my purchasing power is stronger than your purchasing power, I'll be able to just go to your country and do whatever the hell I want.
I don't think it's going to happen. I'll tell you why, because there's going to be more guys who aren't passport bros than guys that are passport bros. I mean, like by an order of fucking magnitude. And I don't care. I know like every now and then you'll get guys like if you're going to be, I said this before. As a matter of fact, I think I said this on Access Vegas at one point. If you're going to be a passport bro, hey, please go be a passport bro. I'm totally fine with that. Go do your thing. If you think your odds of getting with a hotter chick or getting with a feminine girl from some, from the motherland or from the Amish Dutch country in Pennsylvania or wherever you're going to, Guam or the Philippines or Vietnam or Thailand or wherever you think you're playing the game on easy mode and it's not even, the guys will fight me on this. They'll say it's not on easy mode. We just want to find a good wholesome girl. If you think you're going to find a good wholesome girl in Brazil or
Bangkok,
Vietnam, yes, or your Burma, wherever you're going, if you
isn't it crazy?
You could do that. Then please go and do that and come back and report back to us and tell us.
Bro, I even get it.
No,
I even get it. Like I get it, right? It's like the girl who like does OnlyFans and then fucks her rich boyfriend for money, and she's like, "Well, but I'm not a hooker." Like, okay, technically you're not a hooker, but it's like you're trying to distance yourself. It's the same thing with the passport bros. They don't want to be associated with like sex tourism, but yet it's really hard for you to get away from that. And by the way, I don't even have a huge problem with it if that's what you want to do. It's just they never want to say that that's what's going on. By the way, hey, can you pull up the photo again? Let me read. Dude, they're obsessed, bro. Look in the chat. Okay, so apparently, let's read what he says here. Hold on. Wes is bald and taller when you in the hair. Also, shoulders are higher. So apparently, Wes's shoulders are higher. Okay, so you lied about that. And then the other thing is my hair. So I'm going to show you something. So again, you can see real quick. Wes is actually standing closer to the camera than me. By the way, his right foot. Look at his left foot. So he's closer to the camera.
It's like holding a fish up to the camera.
Right. Okay. Now turn it off. I want to show you guys something because the other thing is people keep saying that my hair is what makes me taller. So go ahead and close this out. I want to show you guys something. Okay. My head slopes down. You see this? You see this?
What are we doing right now?
This is my head. This is the top of my head. My head and my hair are the same height. I look like a fucking alien. You know the movie Aliens, the exomorph with the big fucking head? My head slopes down like I'm a Cro-Magnon, which is why I wear it up in the front. This is how tall I am. Now you have no further arguments. Now here's the other one. I'm fat. You see the other one saying that I'm fat. Bro, I've never been so obsessed with another man's penis in my life. You guys are it is crazy to me. I just don't understand. Like, how are you not embarrassed for yourself, dude? You guys are still taking this. It's so funny, bro.
I love, you know, what's funny is like, I know what's going to, whenever you and I are on Access Vegas, I know what topics are going to set you off. I'm like, oh, shit.
Yeah, like the moon landing shit. Yeah, for sure.
Let's talk numerology, you guys. Let's talk numerology.
Earth is flat. The moon landing. Yeah. Oh shit. Here we go.
It's a flat earthers and the black pillars of like
full disclosure. That's why I always say I think the aliens are real. Oh man, Mike, if you and I do a Halloween show, I guess it would probably have to be before Halloween. But if we do a Halloween show, boy, have I got something for you.
I'm excited. Well, we can't do a Halloween show because I'm hosting the contest
on Halloween. But I mean,
on Halloween.
We did that on the 29th or the 30th is Wednesday.
Maybe we might be able to do that. Also, someone else in there said I need to stop drinking because it's making me look old.
Really?
So for those of you who don't know, I've never been drunk. I've never drank anything before.
This guy,
by the way, I turned 47 yesterday, so apparently I look old too. But it's just so like I've never been so obsessed with someone else's body, bro.
Yeah. I'm sorry, dude. I am trying to get to your question. I really am. Oh my God. No, well, I think what's like whenever I talk to passport bros, and maybe this is I feel like there are and merch, but I feel like there are more guys in like the crypto, like the guys who are like crypto millionaires, like the guys who go from like zero to hero really quick. I think they tend to be more passport bros because they think that, oh great, now I got all this money, I can go to Thailand and I can go find my good wholesome wife that I've always wanted for my entire life. Do you think there's more guys in the crypto community that are like that are passport bros?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think there's just more international people in crypto. Yeah.
You have two categories, right? You have one, like, well, I guess three technically. One, guys that make a lot of money, they decide to stay in the States. Another one where they're moving because I mean taxes are on, like, we have really no sheltering from taxes at all, so it's always in the back of our head. Maybe I should just move to a different state or go to a different country and renounce U.S. citizenship. And then you have guys that are like, holy crap, I've got money for the first time in my life, time to get some pussy.
I wonder how many guys.
That's right, and they're a target too. Because the United States, because they didn't work on game, and all they did was work on making money. They're a target.
Yeah. Well, that's funny. That's kind of what I wanted to get. I'm glad you're here, Mike, because that's kind of what I wanted to get into. Is like you got these guys who go from like zero to hero, and then that's when they become marks. Right. That's when those guys, and I don't know if you guys have seen this like over, because we kind of had like a little bit of a bull run there for a little while in the beginning of this year. Right. Because when all the altcoins came out and we started to jump into Ponke and Kittenheimer.
We had ETFs, Bitcoin halving, the Bitcoin ETF, the Bitcoin halving, and the Ethereum ETF. And then Solana started running. I mean, we had like, it was so many people made so much money from NFTs. Like, I mean, we had guys that like 100x their money from a single coin. You know, I mean, that's not that uncommon. Or like you put some money into Ponke, you're up 10 times on your money, or you put money into Kittenheimer 10 times, 20 times on your money.
There's no one to get out.
Yeah, right.
Right. And to be honest, that's just the appetizer, right? Like that's just the very, very beginning of what we're seeing over the next 1 year. So like, you know, there's a lot of guys watching this stream right now. Some of them are like, hey, you know, I'm in buttfuck nowhere. I want to be somewhere else. You know, but I don't have the means to do it, right? Like I've literally been telling all my friends and stuff, just like, hey, buy one Ethereum, right? Put 2,500 down, 2,500 that you're not going to use for the next 1 year or the next 18 months, whatever, right? Put it down on one Ethereum, nothing crazy, right? It'll be $10,000 next year. All right. Now you can pay off something, or you can go somewhere, you can do something, right? And I think there's a lot of people out there that just need a little bit of a jump start. Because there's a stat out there as well that like basically since we did all the money printing in 2020 and 2021, everybody was flush with cash. Everybody had, you know, like a couple $1,000s saved. Right now, the average person in America doesn't have a buck to their goddamn name. They're in debt.
Yeah.
It's really bad, right? And so it's like there's a lot of people in this country right now that just need a little bit of a jump start, you know, to get moving, right? And then once they do, maybe they become a passport pro, maybe they go and build, you know.
21, the savings rate was 30%. We're back down to below 3% again.
Yep.
Yeah, the virtual nature of things, I think you're encouraged to not own things anymore. They don't want you to. And you have like you have these large hedge funds that are buying up assets like real estate. They're raising the prices. They want to own it and then rent it to you. In the end, what they want is for these large conglomerates, this where all this money lies, they're going to be doing the ownership. You're going to have a car that you lease from Uber. That's what you're going to drive every day. You're going to have a house that you rent that's what they want the future to be. Now, here's the thing. Because of the disparity of wealth, you're going to have a small group of people that are like, hey, I have so much money, I don't know what to do with. But the poorest people in this world right now are still better off than they were 50 years ago. I don't care what anyone says. Now, there are negatives to it. Obviously, the estrogens in the air are fucking terrible. Men are being demasculinized. By the way, that's a medical term. I'm not saying that as like controversy. When men are being feminized, what that means is their testosterone levels are decreasing, their estrogen levels are increasing. That's not that's not conjecture. That's not up for debate anymore. We know that's the case. But for the most part, like you have access to things you didn't have access to, like free high-speed internet, the relatively inexpensive high-speed internet. You have the ability to get there's all sorts of new occupations have come up because of technology. The world is a better place. There are two new technologies that we have that are getting better at curing certain diseases. The world is a better place for the bottom, so the floor is rising. But what's happening is the ceiling is rising even faster, and now you're going to have men who are trillionaires who have so much wealth and control. Elon Musk is not the wealthiest man in the world because of his money. He's the wealthiest man in the world because of his money and the mouthpiece he has as far as Twitter is concerned. And the fact that he gets to stand behind the president of the United States whenever he's, doing his speeches. Now he truly is the most powerful man in the world. And my brother told me this the other day. My brother says a lot of crazy shit, but he said one thing I do agree with. He goes, originally, Elon was the mouthpiece for the Illuminati. He was the mouthpiece for the Matrix. But like once he realized what was going on, now he doesn't want to be their mouthpiece anymore. And like, I appreciate Elon. I think you guys should appreciate Elon because he's probably not going to be around much longer.
Well, that's what Genghis Khan's famous quote was, I'd rather have power over money because with power, I can take everybody's money.
Yeah.
That's true.
Agreed. Yeah.
I mean, what like, I don't think like Mike's thoughts on this because do you think that because it does look like they're trying to make TRT kind of go away, right?
Yeah. Well, peptides, they're going after peptides too. They work way too well.
They're already on that now.
Peptides and TRT are going to crush the pharmaceutical industry. And you guys, well, aren't they pharmaceuticals? No, you create testosterone out of wild yams, guys. The markup on that is it's like they don't charge very much for it. And you don't need big pharmaceutical companies to synthesize testosterone. And so because of that, because you can go around big pharma with testosterone and some of these peptides, it's very problematic for them because it's like, well, now people actually, they don't need my ED, my erectile dysfunction medication because they're on TRT now. They don't need my anti-anxiety medication right now because they're actually getting good at talking to women. They don't need my fucking ADHD medication anymore because testosterone helps you focus. And they don't need my sleep medication anymore because they're too tired after working out and fucking all day. They don't need my sleep medication anymore. I've destroyed the pharmaceutical industry now because of peptides and TRT.
Mm-hmm. You made a serious impact in it too. Yeah. And I will also, and of course I gotta state the obvious here is when it comes to testosterone, when it comes to like TRT, I think one of the reasons why it has a target on it is because it is something that is exclusive to men. And we're in a state right now where anything that could possibly like make men certainly feel better about themselves, but like if anything that would up the testosterone of guys is almost like voodoo right now. They don't want they don't want men to organize. They don't want to empower men in any particular way. We don't have a problem when women go on like estrogen for
birth control.
Birth control is one, of course, but also for like menopause. We don't have a problem with women, going on estrogen or any, sort of anything to help, lessen menopause. But when a guy wants to get TRT, then suddenly that he becomes, public enemy number one. And
Is it discussed from that because this guy should genetically be like that? Is that like from the girl side? Obviously not the law side. From some.
They're not that logical.
I know where you're going.
The problem is this. What's supposed to happen is I'm supposed to get older. My testosterone levels are supposed to go down, which means I'm searching for women less. When men get into relationships or you get married, their testosterone levels drop. I'm supposed to become, I had a friend of mine, CJ Sparks. She actually said, I like older men because they fight less, right? Because they don't have as much testosterone. So what's happened is now I'm 47 years old and I have the testosterone levels of a 19-year-old. Right. And I have a 20-year-old girlfriend and we'll fuck 4 times a day. That's not supposed to happen. I'm not supposed to have more energy and vigor than my 22-year-old sales associate.
It's unnatural.
So just imagine like you work in academia, you're like a liberal blue-haired woman, or you're like a white knight cuck male, and you see this guy who's got more experience than you, more money than you because he's older, but he's also got bigger arms than you, and he's more assertive and aggressive, and he's more ambitious than you are. You're triple fucked. Because it's like when you're young and you have this piss and vinegar, you don't have the experience of the money. When you're old and you have the experience and the money, you don't have the piss and vinegar anymore. Now you got both. Now men in their 40s and 50s are fucking dangerous. And that's the reason why they're going to try to legislate out exogenous testosterone. They don't want this shit. These motherfuckers are 45 years old with 6-pack abs looking like they're ready to kick somebody's ass. That's not good for That's not good for. And by the way, if you guys don't know, Mike Tyson fighting Jake Paul, Mike Tyson is on TRT. It's pretty obvious.
No, don't say that to me. No, I don't want to.
Come on, you guys have to know. But like Mike Tyson looks. But you guys remember that last fight where he got his ass whooped? The one with Lennox Lewis. But like his very last fight, he looked like a fucking potato can. He looked like he's just fucking blood all over his face. He looked horrible. He looked bloated. He was out of shape. Mike Tyson right now looks better than he did for his last fight. And the reason why is because exogenous testosterone. He may not want to admit it, but it's very obvious that that's what's going on. And that's good for him. I'm glad because I want Mike Tyson to be healthier longer.
So since you guys have so much experience in this, how high, like, all right, so for a man, right? Because every guy's different, obviously, from body weight and everything like that. Like, how high should someone actually crank it where like it, like, is there's like TRT plus, TRT plus, and you're blasting, right?
Yes.
So where is it, like 150, 200? Because I've seen things of like people can crank it safely as long as you're not overweight to 600. But like where?
Oh no, you can crank it. You can crank it safely to 900. Yeah. So listen. So let me. Okay. So you guys should read. No, Jesus is 2000. That's when you're like Jesus. Right?
Watson levels.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're talking about two different things. I'm talking about nanograms per deciliter, and you're talking about milligrams. You're talking about milligrams. The milligrams is totally dependent on how what testosterone binding hormone, I forgot what it's called, the hormone binding the binding hormone. That is the reason why, like, if you bind too much of it, you don't have as much free testosterone. It just depends on different human beings. Like apparently, and I don't know if this is true, but apparently, who's the guy who Tyson Fury beat? Deontay Wilder. Yeah. He in his 30s had a total testosterone over 1,000. At 37 years old, but like if you look at his genetically, he looks like a freak of nature. So that may actually be true. The reality is, there's a great book recommended to a lot of us by Rich Cooper, which is called Estrogeneration. I just finished it. The second to last chapter, he goes over like all these estrogens that are in our perfumes and the plastics and the food that we eat. It's in Teflon. It's in all these different things that are in our environment. And also because estrogen is a molecule and it's not a bacteria, you can't filter it out like you would bacteria. You can't boil estrogen away. It's a molecule, right? And so what happens is over time, as women keep peeing out this hormonal birth control into the water system, we look at fish, we examine fish, we see insanely high levels of estrogen in these fish. And so he gets to the end and he finally comes to the realization it's like TRT is actually going to kind of be necessary in the future just to have normal testosterone levels. And I totally agree. I think we're going to get to the point where it's going to be very difficult for men to maintain anything above 600 without TRT in the future because of the estrogeneration, the estrogens that are in our
does
perfumes.
Microplastics have anything to do with that?
Yeah, microplastics, perfumes, all this kind of stuff, anything that's petroleum based. We're starting to see estrogen, but mainly the water supply and pesticides as well. They're putting estrogens in these different foods and fragrances and things like that. And so we've got the dyes like red number 10 or red number 2, whatever. Right. We're getting to the point now where it's becoming next to impossible to avoid these things. And because I said before, you can't get rid of them. It's not like bacteria. Bacteria, if I have bacteria in the water, I can boil the water, put iodine in the water. The water is, technically clean. It's more sterilized. You cannot sterilize. It's very difficult to sterilize water from a molecule like estrogen. And so that's the reason why it's been so difficult for men. And you start to see the testosterone levels in men start to decrease. Your body stores more fat around your waist, which causes what? It causes your body to aromatize testosterone into estrogen. And now your estrogen levels start climbing, which causes you to store more fat, right? Because why do you store more fat? Estrogen in women tells women to store fat in their ass and hips for childbirth.
So
that's what it's for.
Answer? So we're going to take estrogen?
The estrogen blocker. So here's the thing with the Aromadex.
Sure.
If I continue to drink water with estrogens in it, Aromadex or anastrozole is not going to stop that, because I'm taking exogenous testosterone. Now I'm drinking exogenous estrogen. It doesn't block those. Yeah, it doesn't block those. What it does is it keeps your body from aromatizing testosterone into estrogen. You need fewer estrogen blockers the leaner you get.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the fatter you are, the more estrogen you will convert. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that also because somebody in the chat saying there's some guy getting a lot lawsuits over testosterone, but I would imagine that's overweight dudes cranking it too high and doing dumb things, because you're not supposed to crank it if you're really overweight.
Yeah, you shouldn't crank it if you're overweight. Also, because the problem is you're already putting too much strain on your heart. And while what testosterone does is it promotes protein synthesis. And you take exogenous testosterone in your 40s and 50s, you can actually produce more protein synthesis, so get bigger muscles. But one of the muscles you don't want to get bigger is your heart. You want your heart to be stronger, but you don't necessarily want it to be bigger. That's very problematic for some people. This is the reason why you see people who are 7 feet tall, 7'5" die younger, because of the excessive growth of internal organs, which causes them to die. And so that's the problem. You don't want your heart to get bigger. There's also an issue with human growth hormone. In small doses, human growth hormone can be helpful. You take too much of it, literally your spleen, your liver, all these organs start to grow in size, and you see the TRT gut, or I'm sorry, the HGH gut, where you see a distended gut that comes from that's what happens. You don't want your heart to get bigger. You don't need it to get bigger. That's not good for you, right? That's the reason why horses don't live as long as human beings, because they have big, massive hearts, right? That's the problem. Your cardiovascular system starts to wear down over time, and that's the problem. So you want to find a healthy balance where if your BMI is too high, some people, you can't afford to not take TRT. You've just gotten too overweight. It's gotten out of control. Your body just does not produce testosterone. So protein synthesis has become difficult for you. You have a lower metabolic rate. And so because of that, you can't afford to not take TRT at that point. And so that's one of the issues that happens. By the way, I don't recommend people take Ozempic, but if you are fat enough, you need to take Ozempic. I'm just gonna be the first one to say it. If you are over to the level where you are so overweight, you can't work, you can't move, you've gotten to the point where there's so much estrogen in your system and you have so much fat that the only thing that's going to save your life is Ozempic. Ozempic, for those people and for certain people who are suffering from diabetes, is a miracle cure. The problem is the motherfuckers who I know some male strippers who are on Ozempic that live here, and they'll take 300 Tren, 300 Winnie, 300 Deca, 300 Anavar, 300 Test, and they'll take an Ozempic. So they're eating 2,400 calories, and every single calorie they consume is being turned into fucking muscle. And then they go out on stage and they are fucking ripped as shit. That's what they're doing, right? And it's really fucking dangerous, but that's what they're doing.
Yeah, because if you mess with your heart, you're going to die younger for sure.
Well, that's like when we was talking about this. Was androgel? I don't even know what androgel is. Is that
it's that shit you put on yourself? That's so dumb. You should be doing injections, dude.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're absorbing it through your skin, right? Okay, what the fuck are you actually whipping on yourself? I think that's another.
And you can also get that stuff on other people too. Significant other, if they touch you, where you put the gel on.
Is it but it's not cypionated though, is it? I mean, it's got to be something else.
No, it's just to me, from what I've seen, I see the guys who take the testosterone gel, and it really doesn't seem to work.
Yeah,
I just don't know many people who take the testosterone gel and get it in much shape at all. The testosterone gel is the thing. Guys who don't want to take shots, their testosterone levels are in the 200s or the 100s. You'll have an endocrinologist recommend it to you, and you're getting to 250, 300. Guys, if you want to get to the other thing in the estrogeneration book is they say the high end of normal is where you want to be. And let me tell you, as a motherfucker who's in the high end of normal, I concur. The high end of normal will have you taking your shirt off at the beach.
Yeah.
Okay. The low end of normal will not.
Yeah, and
Okay,
any of the
when
oral
you-
stuff, dude, is going to fuck up your liver or kidneys, man. So you shouldn't be
Sure.
taking like orals are not great for you.
Rejection is the best. Yeah.
Yeah, always. Well, I know, you're always running a risk no matter what you're doing. Like, and honestly, are the risks worth the benefits? And in this case, I would say definitely yes.
Yeah, so no suppositories here, you guys. No
Yeah,
suppositories.
yeah. No. Oh well, I mean, it was so. You're gonna have a heart attack. It weakens your tissues. Blah blah blah. And it's like, well, okay. Like, at what point? Like, you know what else weakens your tissues? Smoking. Okay. What else drinking too much? Like, what are the benefits worth the risks? Well, apparently, a lot of people think so.
Harry Clary's left the chat.
Yeah. Exactly. All right. So, what do you guys got going on, Miguel, Charlie? What's happening?
Yeah, so we're going on right now with Donovan Sharp. We're doing Crypto Oasis right now, right after the show.
Okay.
And yeah, we're going to be doing Moon Gang.
And then
later
Castle
tonight.
Club.
Oh, and then Castle Club, and we're doing Castle Club as well.
Yes, Donovan Sharp, who has taken over Reno for me. Thank you, Donovan. I would like to, because I know he moved to Reno and got there when I left.
I think they asked me to speak on the 27th. Is it or some kind of red pill conference? Is that what's going on? On the 27th?
No, that's CME.
Yeah.
That's the Conference of Masculine Excellence. I need to talk to Donovan because he wanted me to come onto that too. So, but I don't know if he's looking for speakers still, but it's coming up pretty soon. I think it's towards the end of October. So, I mean, I'll go to Tahoe. It's in Lake Tahoe. So,
we're doing the show tomorrow, right?
Yeah, we can still do the show.
we're doing the show. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, for sure.
It'll be good weather up there in Reno at the end of October too. To be honest,
Reno is beautiful, man. Holy crap!
Reno and Tahoe is always. I felt bad about leaving, but yeah, I know he's got the CME that he's doing out of Tahoe, but I was looking for his speakers list, Mike, and I didn't see who was supposed to be up there, so I wasn't sure.
Miguel, my CFO, told me that they wanted me to come speak on the 27th, but I would have to fly straight from Swimsuit USA. Like literally, I would announce the winner and then get on a plane in a couple hours and go to Reno.
Yeah.
And I got to be honest with you guys, I would rather hang out with the winner of Swimsuit USA than fucking go to a red pill conference full of fucking dudes in Reno. Yes, but so if it works out, I'm going to go.
Hey, hey, Mike, we'll come join you over there.
Nothing against Donovan, but yeah, I can understand. So what's going on with Cultivate Crypto, guys, or with Crypto Mindset?
Yeah, I mean, basically, we've come out here with a Q3 and Q4 course within Q4. Basically,
you're pushing both of them together.
Yeah. Well, we basically skipped Q3 just because Q4 is where it's at for this quarter and for this next 1 year. So crypto right now, it's like you want to grab your friend on the other side of the screen and say, "Hey, come on, bro! Like this is going to be the best 1 year that we've seen in crypto since 2021." So about 4 years ago, when I had been maybe about a year and a half into my channel on Cultivate Crypto, there were people who thought Bitcoin would never get above $20,000 ever again. Today, it's $64,000, right? And there's a lot of people that say Bitcoin's never going to get to $100,000. Come end of January 2025, I think it will be. So we're trying to basically say, hey guys, we've been talking to you, maybe once every 3 or 6 months, the last 4 years about crypto, how it's, a place where you can jumpstart, your savings, or if you already are in a good spot, right, you can become even more self-sovereign and get away from, the shackles that be, your corporate job or whatever it may be. So we're just trying to say, hey guys, like now is the time. Like if everybody's like, okay, we haven't been in a bull market, but we went from $15,500 Bitcoin to $65,000 Bitcoin over the last 1.5, 2 years. And the reason why people say we're not in a bull market is essentially because the altcoins haven't gone crazy, right? We haven't got that 100x. We haven't got that 1,000x. We haven't got that 10,000x yet. But if it's going to happen at any point in time, it's going to happen in the next 1 year. So time to pay attention. We're getting in with the next Crypto Mindset course here right now. And then throughout October, we're doing the webinars with everybody. And by the time we get to the election, we want everybody to be in position because it's going to get a lot of fun soon.
Cool. So when does it start? When's the thank you guys for holding it open for one more day for me.
Well, technically, like we're letting you actually stay open for 5 days.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So whenever we jump on with somebody who's just starting, we're like, hey, you got 5 full days. So anybody who has been thinking, hey, I want to jump into the crypto mindset course, but I need a couple extra days, and Charlie and Miguel are about to, shut my ass out.
Use my link.
Exactly. Jump over here on the Rational Mail, and we got you.
Exactly. I'm glad I got all 4 of you guys on the same show, because I kind of wanted to do a little bit of a retrospect here with me and you, Miguel. Like, how long has it been? We're officially at the 2 year, a little over 2 years now, right?
Right.
Since we decided to decline decided to decline the offer of Patrick Bet David.
Oh, right.
Yeah. It's funny. I didn't know I was going to get all 4 of you guys on here, because you guys are like my principal partners in crime, I think, because I remember when it was July of 2022, or maybe beginning of August, I think. Yeah. And you and I, Miguel, were talking to Patrick Bet David, and I was considering actually moving to Cape Coral or Fort Myers. I'm glad I didn't now. And then having some sort of arrangement with Valuetainment, and it just what was on the table was just not good. And I haven't come this far to really have a boss or go back to a 9-to-5, which is really what it seemed like to me at the time. And then you and I were in the car on the ride back from Fort Lauderdale back to Miami, and I was all pissed off, and you're like, why don't we just fucking do it in Vegas, man? And here we are 2 years later.
we originally talked about it in 21, kind of like we should start something somewhere on the West Coast, because Fresh and Fit have control the East Coast, and we're like, we should make the West Coast hub. Right. And then it was, it's there's no shot at PBD or anything like that, but it was just kind of
I'm cool with PBD, but I was just gonna say it just wasn't right for us. So.
Yeah, it just wasn't right at the time and stuff like that. And then let's just build it over here, and then it's
and what did we start? We came to Vegas, and by the way, the only reason I'm talking about this right now is because I just signed off on my house in Reno. So I was, before you guys got on here, and I was just going solo, I was talking about how sometimes you go to Powerhouse Gym, right? Yeah. So they have the motivational sayings and quotes and stuff over on the walls and stuff one of those says, if it doesn't hurt, it doesn't grow. It won't if it doesn't hurt, it won't grow, right? And that's not about bodybuilding. That's about fucking life in general, right? If it doesn't hurt, you won't grow, right? And so that's what kind of pissed me off, Mike. That's kind of what pissed me off about the whole thing about Duke the Don and everything. It's I'm listening to this dude who's so fucking confidently ignorant in whatever the fuck it is that he's talking about. I'm like, absolutely nothing about what you're fucking saying right now. And the reason why it pissed me off is because not even 72 hours ago, I signed off to let go of my house in Reno so that I can live here full time, to be closer to Mike, to be closer to you guys, to work in this studio, to be closer to Kyle, right? To do what I'm doing right now. And it fucking hurt, man. I fucking didn't want to let go of that house. I would still have that house if I thought I could float. Yeah, if I could float, Rhodes Ranch and freaking, Reno at the same time, right? And so I'm doing this, and then I'm thinking about this. I also right around March, I had to quit Trial of Ascension, the band that I've been in for 4.5 years, right? I'm like, okay, maybe it's time to move. It hurt. It fucking hurts, right? But you don't grow unless it hurts, right? And so there's certain sacrifices that I had to make, and I'm still probably going to have to make till the end of this year, right? Where I'm having to sort of rearrange my life so that I can do greater things. I can do bigger things later on. What is it? Mike, is it the Jerry Rice quote where it's today I will do what others won't, so tomorrow I can do what others can't. And so I'll just, just say right now is doing what I was looking back and thinking what we were thinking of 2 years ago. Yeah. And then we came to Vegas, and then Justin Waller introduces me to Mike. I go on Mike's show once for a 4-hour interview. And I said, Mike, hey, you want to do a podcast? He's like, hell yeah, let's do one. And so we went up to Sticky Paws, and then we started Access Vegas, and that's what we're still doing right now, two years later. And we've come into Red One Studios. We've got, we went through different iterations of it, but this is our home base right now. And we got the guy, Mike can do his thing here. MOA can do their thing here. We got our things going here. You guys got your things going here. And it's like, this is like, we're ramping this stuff up. And I don't think that people actually understand just how much fucking work we do. Like, we are like the hardest working motherfuckers in Las Vegas, and we own this place. And we had the foresight to say, you know what? We need a West Coast hub. And we even said that in fucking August of 2022. We're like, we need a West Coast hub because Fresh and Fit own Miami. Then you got like PragerU and Daily Wire, and I forget whoever else is in Nashville. And then you got Rogan in Texas, and you got the Blaze used to be in Texas as well. And so you got all these guys in different spots and different hot spots. And there was nothing that nobody wanted to be in California because it's California, right? But Vegas is here. And like, now we own Vegas as far as like podcasting is in this niche anyways. In our niches, we fucking own this neck of the woods here. And now we've got Myron and Fresh want to come out and do Fresh and Fit in our studio, right? So, and we're the only ones that they do that with.
And we do have actually a handful of crypto like Deca millionaires. Some of them probably have over 100 million. I know one guy is a billionaire. They're wanting to come to our studio next week as well. And so and we had Robert Kiyosaki there, who's a billionaire. Yep. Like, Vegas is a big growing city, right? There's huge opportunity in this place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's the only place, and it's I would dare say that it's probably the only place like me and Mike can do what we're doing right now. Like, this is where we're at, right? We're close to, like, we're gonna, like, Mike and I are gonna go do Babes in Toyland in Los Angeles on next week. And now I'm doing Reignite, right? I'm doing hands-on stuff. I'm actually, partnered. I formed my own LLC so that I could have a partnership with MOA, right? I've never done that in my life. So I'm doing that right now. And it's just like the back and forth. And Mike, I saw one of your Twitter posts where he's saying, I love what I do. This is my dream job. This is what I want. This is where I'm at. I'm finally where I want to be. I'm hitting on all 8 cylinders finally. And I was just like, fuck yeah. Yeah, you are. And so am I. I'm getting there. Maybe I'm at 7 cylinders right now, but I'm just about there too. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm doing stuff, and I'm having to give up stuff to do it, but it's well worth the sacrifices. Right. So I just don't think that people really can appreciate this, just the level of accomplishment and what we've done in a very short amount of time. And you too, Miguel.
We did a. I mean, I did a lot personally. I did quite a lot of sacrifice. I mean, 2 of them that kind of come to mind is I blame Charlie, I blame you, Rolo, and I blame Mike for ruining me. Because every time I travel to another city, I think it's the most boring place on the planet. I got to go to Salt Lake City, and I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. And I guess number 2, too, around that time, when we were making all these moves, I mean, I was going to go live with Justin Waller 2 years ago, and I was like, we got to make this Vegas thing go. And so I decided to do Vegas, but I mean, shout out to Waller, man. We were going to do this whole Louisiana.
Yeah, Waller wanted us to come out there and start the studio out there. And I remember that he wanted us to do it in Miami. Like, nah, Vegas is where it's, Vegas is like virgin territory. So,
but shout out to Waller, man. He's a great guy.
Yeah. He's got again, another guy who's doing stuff. He's actually doing stuff. He's boots on the ground. Right. And when I see guys who are just sitting in some sort of like dark ass, like podcast studio that they put in an extra room somewhere, and all they do, I'm calling these guys roast streamers, because that's all they do is like, they're like, without me and Mike, they don't exist. Without you guys, without like somebody to like throw shade at, they just absolutely don't exist whatsoever. So,
they don't put out real content.
Yeah. Well, yeah. We're the content. We are the content.
We're their content. We are their content.
Yes, we are their content. So it's like, if we weren't doing something, they would have no show.
The reaction streamers.
Yeah, reaction streamers, roast streamers, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, there's no winning, because like if they say something that's like categorically wrong, and you tell them, hey, bro, what you're saying is wrong, then their response is, oh, do you see how defensive and insecure he is? And I'm like, bro, what do you want me to do? Like, I don't, you know what I'm saying? And that's the problem. And like, I had a friend of mine straight up tell me, he was like, hey, man, you just have to like block and delete. And that's where I've gotten to. Like, anybody who says something that's categorically false, I'm going to give this to anybody else, because there are probably some other people who are watching this that are streamers, and I need to do a better job of this. If you say something that is categorically false, and it's clearly that you're doing so because you're a hater, I block you. And here's the reason why the 4 of us need to do this. They're bad leads. They're bad leads. And if they go down your funnel, when they get down your funnel, you're going to provide resources to them. You're going to provide value. And what they're going to do is copy your course and then do a chargeback. Because that's what a victim kind of like scam artist mentality is. And so the thing for me, one of the reasons why I block so many of these people now is because they're bad leads that take up the time of my setters and closers. And I've got to get rid of them. And that's really like something that's been very, better for me to do is just get rid of them. And it's really, really helpful. But like you said before, it's like, I don't know, no matter what we do as people, it no matter how much money you guys make, no matter if you're right, like no matter how many times you're right about something, they never come back and say, oh my God, this guy was right. They just actually hate you more. That's the other thing that I've noticed. Like no matter what you say, they just hate you more. And that's something that I thought was really interesting to me. It's like when I make predictions about things and I end up being right, they never say, oh, Michael, man, good thing Michael was right about it. They hate you more. They never, you go to prove to somebody that their religion is wrong. Hey man, I just want to let you know, here's some proof that your God isn't real. They don't turn around and shake your hand and be like, I mean, thank you, Miguel, for letting me know my God is. No, they fucking pull a gun out and they kill you. They kill you. That's what happens. That's what happens, man. And they don't really like you. So like, especially for me, when it comes to certain people, I try not to throw my politics into my beliefs about evolutionary psychology and my beliefs about dating. But whenever I turn out to be right, like for instance, I've been talking about pre-selection and evolutionary psychology for so long. And then now you see these make choice copying studies that have been coming out and they emphatically prove everything that I've been saying is correct. What happens is instead of saying, hey man, we were wrong, Michael was right, let me consider this. No, it's like there's more cope, there's more hate that comes out. And I read about it every day. So, but the thing about it is you guys have to understand is the haters, you kind of have to block them because they're bad leads. They're just bad leads. You know what I'm saying? I know some people are like, no, keep them there because it charges up the algorithm. I'm like, no, because they're screwing up the process for me to help people.
Yeah, you want more organic, you want more genuine people. You want to attract there's people out there who will put on a fake persona online in order to just, get clout and gain, popularity, right? And then they have to work 10 times harder to like be an actor and to keep that shit up, right? Yeah. Whereas if you're genuinely yourself, you're talking, what you actually believe, which we all do here, right? You're gonna attract like-minded people. You're gonna attract your right customer.
But it's more than that. It's when you can prove what you believe, they hate you more. That's the part that I'm talking about.
Yeah, because they have to double down on it. Their hatred of you, like precedes their need for being right or being wrong.
Yeah, but I'd rather get a group of 1,000 people who everybody else in society thinks is absolutely batshit insane, make those guys rich as hell, right, and have a good time with them, than be around 10,000 people that are lukewarm and aren't going to really row on the boat. So when we talk about the Moon Gang, when we talk about everybody who jumps into what we do, they do so with vigor, they do so with force, and that's why they're successful.
Yeah, and that's why there's so many people so crazy about MOA, so many people so crazy about the mindset. It's because they're getting results at the end of the day, though.
But that's the thing with you guys with the results. If you say crypto is going to go up, like you said, it's going to go up to 100,000. When it goes to 100,000, the haters never, ever, ever, ever say that Charlie and Miguel, man, they were right. And
we have
never
to
say that. But what I'm saying is, and then they don't cool off or stop commenting. It gets worse. Can you share my screen real quick?
Yeah.
So you were talking about this, like being in a room just by yourself. This is my life, guys. This is my everyday life. They don't no matter what I do.
These pictures are doctored.
They're doctored. But what I'm saying is,
pictures.
Every day is this. So what I'll tell them is that, hey man, put women in the friend zone, make women compete over you. You do this repeatedly. It causes incredible levels of networking. Women fight for your attention. And then I just show this over and over again. And they're so angry. There's a picture of me with Wes Watson. They get so angry and they need to believe more and more that what you're saying is wrong. But the more you show them, instead of them eventually calming down and saying, you know what, I need to look at things a different way. Michael being with hundreds and irrefutable visual evidence for dude, I'm just scrolling down, man. I can go down forever. I have photos like this forever. The more I do this, instead of them finally coming off and say, hey man, maybe I need to consider something other than being a hateful black pillar. Maybe I need to consider something other than being just thinking all women are trash. Maybe I need to think about something other than just thinking cold approach pickup, showing intent is the only way to do things. I could just keep showing photos forever, guys. I've been doing this forever. maybe I need to consider that there's another way that's based in evolutionary psychology, that's based in reality, you can have hundreds and hundreds of studies that prove what you're saying is true. Maybe I need to consider something else. Or when I see something that doesn't follow my narrative, I can just get mad as shit. And that's the question that you have to ask yourself. Are you mad? Are you going to get mad? Or are you actually going to take the opportunity to learn that there might be something else out there that can teach you how to network, how to be a better networker, how to be a better communicator, how to be a better leader, and how to be better with women? And if there is, then you also have to admit something else to yourself. What you've been learning for the last 15 years might have been wrong. You have to admit to yourself that you paid all that money for courses that taught you something that might not actually be true. Now what the fuck are you going to do, man? That's the problem. That's where you get yourself into deep shit.
Well, and that's where, with finances, it's a
so here we go. No, it is. So what, guys, look, reading the comments. These women are trash, though. Like, you see this? Like, some of the women in those comments had PhDs. You see, it's already there. Like they can't let go, bro. They got to hold on so tight, bro.
They wouldn't even be able to talk to these chicks. They wouldn't even be able to hold a conversation for 3 minutes with any of these girls.
I like real talk. You guys remember?
Too.
You guys remember my birthday a couple years ago? You came to it, Miguel, and Rolo. You came to it, and like it was like, even for you guys, it was like just seeing it in reality for the first time. You're like, oh, this is possible. But the problem is, you guys were like, it's not that you didn't believe me. You just had you'd never been in the hurricane before. And when you saw it, you're like, oh, wow, this is really again, guys, I want you to understand. I'm telling Rollo Tomasi and Myron Gaines to be friends with women. Consider that. Start over. Go back 5 years. I'm telling Rollo Tomasi and Myron Gaines to be friends with women. And when it was
you got pushback for that. You got pushback for that.
I got pushback for 16 years on that. Yep. And I never said let women put you in the friend zone. You put them in the friend zone. That was the little piece of distinction that was missing. And then when I did that, then they understood. It's like, women help us get other women onto Access Vegas. When I'm doing Access Vegas and there's 8 girls there, dating is a joke at that point. People don't understand that.
And people who kind of hang on to something that long and like stuff that doesn't work, right? Like, it's the same in finance as it is in dating or anything that's true in life, which is you need a strong conviction, but held loosely, right? What does that mean? That means whatever you're doing, like at any given moment in time, you should fucking believe in it. You should try a lot. You should go at it 100%, right? 110%, whatever it is. And then you will have the best chances at success with that method, right? But when you find out that you are wrong, or that you find out that your worldview needs to change, you have to be willing to do that on a split second now, because we have more information right now than any time in human history for finance, for women, for everything that you guys want to become successful at. So take fucking advantage of it, right? But be, like Michael said, right? Be willing to change, because the people who can't are the people who will lose.
I'm sorry, Charlie. I'm a big time hater. I'll admit this one time. I'll admit this one time. Mike might be right, but he's still not taller than Wes Watson. So.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. I met Wes Watson in person. I met them both in person. I'm pretty sure you're right. No.
Yeah. That's funny. Is like I like whenever I'm watching Mike on these other podcasts, like he'll go off and do like some like another guy's podcast, and I know that they like Mike, but I know that they hate me. Right. And so like they'll go,
no, I get that a lot, bro. I get that a lot. Dude, I'm going on with Connor Beaton next week. Can I tell you? I got Kasif Khan coming on this Wednesday, and I got Connor Beaton coming on the next week. And Connor Beaton goes on Chris Williamson regularly. So it's like we're right there at the membrane. Like the membrane, like the establishment, and then the red pill. There's like this membrane. Like I live in that membrane, and like this guy Connor's on the other side of it, and like Tom Bilyeu's on the other side of it, like right there.
Yeah,
you can see it's exactly what you're saying is true.
Yeah, we're just this side of like breaking into that. So, but no, like when you go on these other shows and like people, like you're going on with a guy who's interviewing you, and they like you, but they hate me. And then like you're always like, well, we're on the shows and these girls really like Rollo a lot, and like they're really attracted to him, and they're like you like build me up and gloss me a little bit, and they're like, yeah, well, okay, I don't know about that. Like they just
it's hard. It's hard. Like I've said this before. The real reason why Chris Williamson would have a hard time having you on the show is because you'd start to make sense, and he could not, in good conscience, hear what you're saying. And if he challenged you, you'd have an answer for it. Same thing with Tom Bilyeu. You'd make too much sense, and Tom Bilyeu doesn't have the. I'm not saying he's not smart. It's just this isn't his area of specialty. Yeah. Tom Bilyeu's area of specialty is building a business, which he is fucking incredible at doing.
Tom's wife hates the red pill too. I didn't.
Yeah, for sure.
Until recently.
For sure. Yeah. And so that's the issue. You would come on there and you would say things that are absolutely like, for instance, this is the litmus test. You guys ever want to do this? Men who have more sexual partners before they're married are more likely to cheat. Does that offend any of you guys when you hear that? Does that piss you off? No. Does that actually sound like it's probably true? Like, it's probably true, but you're not offended. Like, but are you offended when I say that? Does that piss you off when I say that? No. If I told you dudes with higher levels of testosterone are more likely to seek out extramarital partners, which it literally says in the evolutionary psychology textbook, you think that's probably true, but does it offend you? Does it piss you off if I were to say that? No. Now, I'm going to say the opposite. Women who have more sexual partners before they're married are more likely to cheat. What do you think the reaction I got? Hold on. Well, I just said, but could I possibly have been any more fair and balanced than what I just said? But one thing is not offensive, and the other thing is. That's the line. When someone doesn't find this offensive, but does find this offensive, that is the line to show that they are not in tune with objective truths. They're not in tune with it. And that's my point. And so if I go on Tom Bilyeu's show and I do that, that one thing isn't going to piss his wife off. But the other thing is, but both are empirically true and immutable and undeniable. And so now I start to make a lot of sense. And now his audience is like either going into cope mode or starting to agree with me. And neither one of these things is helpful for him.
Yeah, it doesn't work. I was going to say the same thing happened to me when I was looking in the chat. The same thing happened to me when I was on Dr. Phil, because I don't think that they thought I was going to go in there and do what I did. Right. Because they were waiting for me to like, I was meant to be the whipping boy in that, and I wasn't about to have that, right? Yeah. I had an answer for every fucking thing these guys, the whole panel, including Dr. Phil. I was me against the fucking world on that goddamn panel, right? And I had an answer for everybody. I was there. I was cool, collected. I was like on the top of my fucking game when I was on that thing. And you're right. The reason why they shuttled me off of the fucking set as fast as they did was because I'm sure I pissed off Dr. Phil, because they thought I was going to be a patsy. They thought I was going to fucking roll over. And that's the thing, is like, if I go on Chris Williamson, I go on Tom Bilyeu, I go on it. I mean, to a lesser degree, I guess maybe Tim Pool, but like Tim Pool and I kind of like connected a little bit differently. But like all the guys who like are, like you said, we're right at the membrane, we're right at that edge right there. All those guys who are on the opposite side of that, they're afraid. They're afraid that I'll come on there and make sense. Because if I make sense, they lose market share.
We would never insult them. I would never go on a show like that. But the other thing is like, I am a trained debater. Like I was moot court. I was a debate champion. I am a trained debater. Although I lose my cool sometimes. That's what I do. When you have someone like that on, by the way, if you can be too good of a trained debater and then you turn into like a flat earther, those guys are really good debaters, even though nothing they say makes sense or is true. But like that's sort of at that point, you're like kind of a pitch man. Real quick, I want to cover something. I see somebody in the chat. They said this real quick, and because we talked about this before, and I think this is a really piece of good information. Mike, what happens if one of those chicks hits you with a Diddy case? Just happened to the biggest rapper in the Netherlands, and he got sentenced so quickly. So first of all, Diddy is guilty. That's the difference. I don't like, hey, let's have a party with baby oil, a little pedophilia and homosexuality. I'm not doing those parties. So I'm not worried about getting hit with a Diddy case. But where's the other one? He goes, just wait until any of these women hit you with wonderful photos. Hit him with some false allegations. Ego, game over, LOL video. Okay, ready? So let me help you out, because these guys obviously weren't here for the beginning of the video. Number one, all common areas need to have a camera in it. Number two, you do not snitch on yourself by texting anything lascivious to women. Number three, men never pour women's drinks. Those three things. In addition, I also recommend a lot of guys who are wealthier get NDAs before you come over to their house for a party. If you do those things, you don't have the allegation problem. Additionally, whenever you have sex with a woman afterwards, there needs to be a text message at the end. Hey, had a great time. Hope to talk to you again soon. And she writes back, yes, I had a great time. When she goes with the false allegations, you present the text message as testimony. Guys, there's simple ways to protect yourself from these things. One more time, a camera in common areas, not in your bedroom. Number two, men never pour women's drinks. Number three, there's never any lascivia. Oh my God, I can't wait to fuck you later. No text messages like that ever. If you want to have sex with a girl, you invite her over, possibly NDAs, but most importantly, like it's just important. If you do those things, I promise you it will keep you out of trouble. You stay away from these issues. And the other thing I'm going to tell you guys is when you have a threesome, there's always another witness. I'm just going to point that out.
Aim for the threesome.
When you ever have a threesome, there's always another witness. There's always another witness. So that's the reason why, like, I've been doing this for as long, and I've never had any issue with anything like that, because You keep the receipts, you film the common areas, you don't ever have any of these issues.
Mhm.
That's generally that's the great way to do it. Do not put a camera in your bedroom though, because when people find out you have a camera in your bedroom, they just automatically assume terrible things. Just don't do it. It's really bad. Somebody gets a hold of that camera, now you're on the hook for fucking revenge porn. Don't have a camera in your bedroom.
Yeah, I remember when I used to work in wine and spirits, and we were doing like events like Martini Fest and stuff, like especially where there's like a lot of cheap alcohol. I would always tell my guys who were doing like my setup and breakdowns and like all the like my poor girls or poor guys, all the guys who were part of my team when I was like doing the organization stuff, I would tell them, I said, if there's a chick and she's like hammered, do not fucking be a hero, dude. Do not go and like try to take her home and you know, tuck her into bed. Don't even call her a cab. Just like, she fucking made her decision to get fucked up. Let her be fucked up. Do what your job is and go home. Because the minute you do that, you put yourself like, oh, wasn't there a guy that like put me in a taxi cab and maybe he followed me home and I don't know if he was in the room with me and blah blah blah. Like when women are fucked up and they get to like blacked out drunk and they remember things that they don't actually remember. That's why I said it's easier just to don't be a hero, don't be fucking Superman. You're not a martyr. You don't have they made the decision to go get fucked up. Let them deal with that. Their friends can take care of them. Call them an Uber, whatever it is that they need to do. But you guys just stay the fuck away. And it was hard, man. It was hard to get the guys to not want to like you know be sympathetic for the chicks who are like blacked out drunk and like fucking you know just.
If I help her though, she might like me later though.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. She'll owe me. She'll owe me one.
Owe me a sex punch card. You have like a good deed sex punch card. And then you get it at the end. No, guys. This is also the reason why at Fresh and Fit they had Icy to handle the women.
Yeah.
If someone had to put their hands on the women, the woman's going to put their hand on the woman. Guys, let me tell you something. One more time. I see the guys. They're coping in the chat. They hate. Oh no, I got you on this one, Michael. They're going to get you with the false rape allegations. No, they're not. I'm a woman saying. Let me say it one more time. When you do not text. My text messages are like, go with God, have a great day, be here at this time. That's the only text message I ever send to women. Never anything sexual, never, because they're only gonna use it against you, screenshot it and send it to their friend. I had a buddy of mine, he got into this argument with this girl over text, left a voice memo. She put it on all these like little stripper chats. Next thing you know, it went viral. And I told him, don't respond to her. You can only say, thank you. Just don't. I had this girl write me this long, angry message, no response whatsoever. When you have a common area and you can film that people come in and leave your apartment showing on the way in, they give you a hug on the way out. When you do those things, our situation, he had receipts. No, he wasn't able to present those receipts until much later. And what the MLB did to him was fucking horrible. But because he had those receipts, he didn't have the receipts. Remember, the reason why why the case got thrown out is because Lindsay Hill filmed herself.
Yeah.
Hill snitched on herself, which means Trevor Bauer did not do what I said, which is having cameras in common areas. Do not let men pour women's drinks and do not send lascivious messages. You do those things, you're going to keep your nose clean. You can go ahead and thank me later. That's the thing that's going to keep you from being safe. And the other thing I said before, always at the end of the night, have a little text message. Hey, just wanted to let you know I had a great time. Me and my girl, whenever we have a threesome, we'd walk into the common area. She'd see the girl. We'd like be making around or whatever. And then they'd see the girl leave at the same time. And it was always on camera. There's an extra witness. There's never an issue. By the way, I've never had an issue. I've never even had an accusation against me. And maybe it's because I do all these things, but that's the key. And my buddy Bilzerian, he has a camera in every room in his house. And he also makes girls sign NDAs when they come over. That might be an answer as well. But that's especially as you guys, whenever I say you have that $40,000 Rolex on, get ready because you're going to start attracting the financial predators. And the financial predators are the ones that are going to hit you with that SA case the fastest.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is the way that you protect yourself. Please, guys. I know I know you're filled with hate and cope right now. I'm telling you this because I care about you and I'm trying to tell you this for your own good. Listen to those 4 pieces of advice I just gave you. It's going to save your life. Cameras in common areas. Men do not pour women's drinks. Don't send lascivious texts. And at the end of the night, you send a text saying, hey, had a great time. When she responds, she can't go to the judge being like, oh my God, it was so horrible. Really? Then why'd you go on another date with him? Why did you say I had a great time? You see what I'm saying? That's how you protect yourself, gentlemen. Please don't argue with me. Just listen to me.
Yeah, and I can think of no audience that needs this message more than the guy in the crypto bros. Right? Well, because the guys go from zero to hero, and they got suddenly their bag is a whole lot bigger, and then they get rolled or they get wrapped up and shit like that.
Miguel, you got to tell Rolo about Iggy or what's her name again? I forgot.
Oh, Iggy Azalea.
Yeah. That shit's fucking. It's like this just shows you how fucking blue pill so many people in crypto.
Yeah, so Iggy Azalea has made a crypto coin called Mother, and it's obviously a parody off of like the daddy coin for Andrew Tate, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's the whole coin's about her butt cheeks, and she basically goes from city to city making strip clubs and stuff. There's a big Singapore event. She got all the Solana bros all fucked up, throwing dollars at strippers and stuff, and then these dudes embarrass themselves on camera.
Eric Wall. What?
Yeah, Eric Wall, a bunch of other dudes and stuff. So I mean, but I got to give her flowers, man. She's probably one of the only actual influencers besides Tate that has their coin hasn't gone to zero, basically, because she's actually trying, right? But for a lot of these crypto guys, it's their first time ever even seeing a stripper or ever seeing any chick at all like that, dressed like that, and they were straight up. These guys embarrassed themselves, like they were straight up on camera on live stream, basically having sex without having sex, like humping these girls.
Bro,
oh my god,
they're so dumb.
Like I'll try to find this stuff, but it's so bad. It's so bad when you start seeing it. Like it's so embarrassing.
Yeah, but to be honest, like a lot of the crypto bros, right? When push comes to shove, when they think about like what the reality is in life, like they think like the red pill, they just don't want to admit it, right? And so when guys like Rolo and guys like Mike here spread the message, like we just kind of need to nudge them in that direction, and I think they'll start getting it.
Bulzarian's new course, Sigma Society, is really great. And so Dan has no exposure to red pill, not red pill. He hasn't read any of this stuff. This is just from his personal experience. Every single thing though he talks about in the book would be red pill. Like there's nowhere where he differentiates. Like it really is like it kind of is a red pill course, which is great. I mean, it's a shorter course. It's like 5 or 6 hours long, but it's really interesting when I see this because he has no exposure to it, but came to the same conclusions.
No. Well, this is good. Rolo asked these guys about those Asian crypto dudes that just got caught after hitting $250 million and splurging. What was that? What happened at that?
Yeah, I said this on the Fresh and Fit show. So there's these basically these kind of influencer / kind of live streamer dudes in the Miami area that pretty much pretended to be like someone that worked at Gemini Exchange and called the guy. The guy reset his password. They got his password and jacked him for about like $250 million worth of Bitcoin. And then as soon as they got the money, they started taking the money into their own accounts like idiots. And we're spending $300,000 a night inside of all the top clubs in Miami every single night for weeks. And people were like, who the hell are these guys? And then they were just, I mean, they spent like something close to almost $9 million in clubs in Miami.
Clubs, wow.
Yeah, they were buying lamb trucks for girls. They were just every mistake you could possibly make.
Yo, guys, just having game is so much cheaper.
No, I know. Well, that's Mike. It's funny is like when everybody goes like, I don't understand why you do these crypto shows with these guys. I'm like, this is why there's so much crossover here. It's like especially when it's guys who are just like new to the game and they're new to the whole, like suddenly, like I said, they go from zero to hero. It's too much, too young, too fast, right? They get this big influx of money. They're unprepared for it. And it happens so fast that they can only just sort of default to what their sort of old brains know, because they don't know. They didn't have to go through the process of like earning it to appreciate it, to understand the lessons of actually of money. It just ends up in their bank account, right? And so they're still the same old dude with a shit ton of money, right? And so all of the things and all of the demons they had, all the addictions they had, all of the mindset that they had is just amplified to $9 million in the clubs at the thing. So.
Let me get a misunderstanding of how status and value work. They just the most rudimentary understanding of status and value, and then just like in the end, they just wanted admiration in women, and there's so many other ways to do that.
Yeah. And I know, Charlie, I know you got to go, and we're almost out of time. But let me finish these last two super chats here real quick. My brother and I are 19 and 21. Are 19 and 21. I'm 30. Bigger, make 6 figures a year, but 5'9". stole all the girls they were trying to hit on the other night playing pool. Tell me why.
Well, I mean, I don't. We weren't there, but it's probably you did something to show higher status or made fun of your brothers who were young.
Well, yeah, and they're younger, so
you're successful or you come off as competent. There's a million reasons why. That's the thing about women. There's a million reasons why you can attract them. For us, we have all these different plays we can run. We can run the fame game with the fame play. We can run the social status touchdown play. We can run the fucking money touchdown play. We can run the sense of humor touchdown play, the charisma touchdown play, the networking touchdown play. Women only got one play. They can run it right up the middle. 32 ISO up the I'm hot. One play. They got I'm hot. It's the right up the middle run play. That's the only thing they got.
And speaking of which, I just got Madden 2025.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah. All right, last one here. Hey Rolo, are all the red pill topics covered since you have been doing this for so long a time? Is this the end, or are people still interested in dating, marriage, or polyamorous relationships? I'll tell you what I've been saying since day one is that we're still trying to figure out marriage in the 21st century right now, and that's why. So when we're talking about marriage, or we're talking about ideals, I think I was mentioning this with Torshaa not too long ago, was that we're still trying to figure out how to do marriage in the 21st century. So we have all this access to information in the social media age. You can't get away from the latest statistic or the latest article that says something to the effect of like, what is it? Married women, unmarried women with no kids are the happiest of any generation or happiest of any demographic. And then like literally a day later, you'll read another article that'll say married women with children are living more fulfilled lives, blah, blah, blah. Right. And so you've got this constant like mill of messaging and narrative. And what it really kind of boils down to is like, how are we going to do marriage in the 21st century, knowing what we know about marriage from the 20th century? So like every time Mike and I do a show, we do Access Vegas, or if I'm on, Myron and Fresh, or even on whatever podcast, they'll ask the same questions. And really what they're saying is that, women want to be married. They would like to be married, but the realities of the sexual marketplace, the realities of the fact that the choice paradox, like you've got a global sexual marketplace right now, and women are spoiled for choice. So everything is like their life that could have been. Well, how do you have a long-term relationship in that context? How do you have a 20th century ideal marriage that you used to have, like your parents had, or your grandparents had, or the greatest generation had? How do you have that in the 21st century when we know so much, and we have so much information right now, and where marriage isn't a great deal, right? I mean, we're at the lowest marriage rate in recorded history. We're at the we're also happen to be at the lowest divorce rate too, because nobody's getting married. So how are we going to do monogamy in the future? How are we going to formalize monogamy in the future? Is it going to be thruples? Is it going to be poly? Is it going to be Justin Waller, right? Is it going to be like closed on her end and open on his end? That's why I'm asking these questions on these shows, because I think what's really kind of throwing people off is we still think that it should be normal for us to have this like kind of traditional marriage like I have with my wife, right? It's closed on my end, closed on her end, and that's how we work it out. And that's a lifestyle choice, and that's the way we do it, right? Well, for a lot of other people, that doesn't work for them. And so, okay, great. Well, how are we going to do marriage? And when people ask me like, oh, Rolo, I can't believe you have the opinion you have on marriage and you're married. What a fucking hypocrite you are. I'm like, no, I'm not. In fact, the fact is that I'm a happily married guy for 28 some odd years. And I'm telling you this ought to be the fucking canary in the coal mine. You ought to be taking me more seriously, because I'm a guy in a good marriage telling you marriage is an all downside risk for guys right now. I've never been against marriage. I've only been against the way we do it right now. And the reason why I'm of that opinion is because we are in the 21st century trying to figure out how to do marriage, and our only idea, our only ideals, our only goal state is what we used to do in the 20th century, and we need to get out of that mentality. We're doing the same thing right now with our election cycle. We have 20th century candidates in a 21st century fucking election. We do money right now, still thinking in terms of the way we used to think of money in a 9-to-5 way, in a different economy, in a 20th century understanding of that particular of finance and stuff like that. But we're not in that anymore. We have crypto now. We have real estate now. We understand how to make money in different ways. I personally have gone from the workaday world to the gig economy to what I now call the hustle economy, right? Where I make as much money today as the effort that I put into this show and my books and everything else that I'm doing right now. I would not have had this same mentality in the 90s, because all the things that exist in the 21st century in 2024 did not exist in 1994. So you've got to sort of update your fucking software. That's basically all I'm saying, is like, if you want to start thinking in different ways, or what's going to happen, Rolo, tell me what's going to be in the future. I don't fucking know, but I know what it's not going to be. It's not going to be what we had in the 20th century. There ain't no fucking pendulum. Okay. Oh, when's the pendulum going to swing back to the 1950s and men were men and we all understood our roles and everything? We're not going back to fucking Leave It to Beaver or Father Knows Best or fucking, all that great shit. We're not going back to happy days, but we can go forward and we can make better, more positive leaps forward going forward. You're not going to back into the fucking future. You're going to go forward into the fucking future. And the sooner you accept that, and the sooner you understand that the conflict we have with this quote unquote gender war, or how come men and women are so separated? It's because we're still trying to figure out how to do relationships in the 21st century, and we haven't figured it out yet. We will, but we haven't figured it out yet. So
this is why we got to collapse society and just start all over, bro.
We need the meteor. You're right.
Yeah, we just need to start all over. Let's just start a great war.
Meteor. All right, guys. Anyways, we got to wrap up. So tell me about the Cultivate Crypto or Crypto Mindset for quarter 3 and 4, and of course you can use my link, but give me the logistics of this whole thing.
Yeah. So you can. It's on sale right now. Use Rolo's link.
Yes.
Right there in the chat. Right there. I think
in the chat. I'm going to put it in the description after the video's over.
We got Romstar coming back from 2021. He's in the chat.
Who we got?
Oh yeah. Shout out to him, man. But yeah, it's in the chat right now. So basically, you have 5 days to get in. Its classes start on the 14th, and it'll be 2 days on, 2 days off. We'll pass you the schedule in a little bit, but basically, it's going to be we're going to show you how to do fundamental analysis, how to do technical analysis, how to do on-chain analytics, how to research a crypto, how to chart a crypto, and basically how to track around some of the larger wallets in that space. What's a good crypto? What's a bad crypto? How to protect yourself from scams? How to keep your money safe? I mean, there's a lot of. It's going to take a person who knows absolutely nothing about crypto, from A to Z, to take them into like intermediate, where they're able to finally kind of venture out on their own. We're going to bring them fish, but we're going to teach them how to fish. Mm-hmm. As well as we have a lot of returning students that we have a lot of updated information, a lot of plays. One big one that we're putting a lot of money into right now is Phantom. They're going to do a huge, basically transformation of their Phantom token into Sonic. That happens at the very end of the 4th quarter, right? So it's going to happen between probably late November, early December. And there's a lot of money to be made on that play alone. Hex and Pulse Chain, Solana, meme coins, everything you could possibly think of. We're going to be talking about it in that course. It runs for almost a month long. Me and Charlie are going to be completely off of YouTube for the whole month of October and a good chunk of November, just to make sure that we're teaching. So we're only focused on you guys. Like, there's no YouTube. It's just us live, and all these webinars that are 4 hours long are all live in person, recorded. You can ask us questions. We have AMAs at the end of all of them, and it's a very highly intensive course, but it is the best one in crypto. It's the longest running one in crypto, period. We've been running it for 4 years. We've onboarded 17,000 people into the crypto space through this, and I'm happy to say most of those people were from the Red Pill.
Cool.
Yeah. And Sam's a proud alumni. He's been in there for quite a while, so it's always good to see everybody in this space come up together, right? So that's what
exactly. Yeah, it's funny because I still see a lot of crossover between our niches and you guys' niches. And like when we talk about like health, wealth, and relationships, we talk money, muscles, and game. You guys are definitely part of the money sphere for that whole thing.
And we're going to have a webinar with Rolo in there about how not to be a simp.
Exactly. Well, you guys have been asking me to like come and like do a set with you guys. I think I might actually do it. So
yeah, we definitely have to do it and stuff, man. I love that mic in there too, man. We need like
sure. Yeah.
I've been telling like this is actually thanks to like this is something I picked up from Mike. I started paying attention to Instagram a lot more, and like I've been able just to scale my Instagram now up to like 170,000 followers on Instagram.
Damn, you got more than I do.
Well, it's just because I caught like onto like I started looking at so I started doing this whole thing because Instagram was not important for crypto last cycle. I started seeing it. A couple of coins have started making accounts for meme coins and things like that, and they started catching traction. I was able to make quite a lot of money from catching accounts. Like, wow, this account's actually really good. And then the coin and the price track very well. Obviously, besides the dip, there's usually if Bitcoin or Ethereum go down, everything kind of calms down a little bit. But the higher that account, the amount of people following that account naturally that aren't paid followers, the more that coin has a chance to go viral and actually go extremely high in price. I found coins where like I bought them for like I found them at a penny and are like currently at 30-40 cents on your money. Off of these sort of things. TikTok is very powerful right now, but people are not putting respect on Instagram because Instagram's where all the millennials are at, and millennials are getting into that working age of 25, 45-year range where they have money to invest, where a lot of the TikTok side are a lot younger demographic, right? They are going to be important. I think TikTok becomes a lot more important as long as there's an attack on Taiwan or anything like that. But well, because they've said, if China attacks Taiwan, they're banning TikTok.
Oh, really?
Very point blank, it's gone. Yeah.
Wow.
So like, build that Instagram up 100%. But it should. I've always looked at demographics, and this is something about like fundamental analysis. Is I've always put demographics into it, and the millennials are the ones really running the ship in crypto right now, and it's always been that. So you have a couple of Xers, millennials mostly, and you have the Zoomers barely coming in, but the Zoomers just don't have the wealth yet, right? They may have good ideas, but they're kind of wasting most of their good ideas on meme coins instead of making actual projects,
right?
So that's kind of what I've been saying. So and then on top of that too, everything Mike said about Instagram, building a brand and make sure that you have a following and stuff like that is really important, man. I mean, it's the single most important thing you can actually have.
That's for everything.
Yeah, unless you're a real corporate type of guy with they're trying to find a LinkedIn or anything like that, people are going to look at your Instagram.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Cool. All right, guys. So check that out. Mike, what do you got going on real quick? Are we going to do Access on the 9th? Do you want to still do it, or?
I would like to. I got to see. It's just hard. I don't have the bandwidth to do that because I have to recruit for like 3 other things. So let me see if I can just get like a couple of girls to come easy.
Okay.
We might be doing it on the 9th. I have on the 10th, I'm actually doing a charity event at the clinic I told you about before, Abraham's medical clinic. So I got to come in on the 10th. And then on the 17th is Babes in Toyland in Los Angeles. The 20th through the 27th, I'm going to be doing Swimsuit USA in Puerto Vallarta. I might be doing that CME on the 27th. I'm not sure. They have to give me back the details, and I'll see if I'm going to do that. And then on Halloween, I'm going to be doing the Tao Hakkasan's costume competition. It's going to be at Tao nightclub. It's for $5,000. It's going to be a bunch of girls coming dressed up. So if you guys want to come check that out, if you let me know. And if you guys are interested and you want to check out more about what it is that we do in Men of Action, just go to our free school server. Go to school.com, SKOOL.com/Men of Action free, or just look up Men of Action. It's probably the first thing that'll pop up. We had 4,000. We had almost 5,000 people in our group, and we kicked 2,500 of them out because they weren't taking any fucking action. If you join our group and you don't take any action, we are going to kick you out. We're only looking for people to take action. We're looking to find, there's this thing, Rolo, I don't even know if you're aware of it. It's called behavioral activation therapy. So like you have cognitive behavioral therapy and dialectical behavioral therapy. There's this thing called behavioral activation therapy. And basically it's the idea, and by the way, it works more for men than it does for women. It's the idea that if you're depressed, you need to go out and do shit.
Yes.
And if you want a program where you go out and do shit, please consider joining Men of Action, because that's what we do. We do shit.
Yes, exactly. And speaking of doing shit, on October 15th through the 18th, I will be in Los Angeles. I'll be at the Mondrian. We are doing our first official event for Reignite, and we will be at Babes in Toyland. If you are between the ages of 40 or over, this is your program. We're doing a really good recruitment lately. I think we've got at least 7 guys coming to the one in Los Angeles right now. But we got a lot of guys signing up. We got a lot of good, very good positive response, like overwhelmingly positive response for the Reignite program. It's meant for guys who are, coming out of a bad divorce, guys who have been zeroed out. Whether that zeroing out is because of a bad, divorce, or it's just simply, where you're at in life. Maybe you lost a job, whatever. Guys who are, lose a job are, far more likely to, self-delete. Guys who come out of a divorce are 8 times more likely to self-delete. Men in that demographic are really like at least 4 times more likely to self-delete. And so really when guys get zeroed out, our choices are basically rebuild yourself or delete yourself. And I want to make sure that guys are rebuilding themselves. And that's really what Reignite is about. If you never really learn the skills, again, like I said before, it's health, wealth, and relationship. And it is a network of guys who are experienced in all of that stuff. So if your particular your particular needs are on the health side or the wealth side or social circle game, or if it's game in general or social skills, developing social skills, or perhaps you're coming out of a 20 some odd year marriage and your social skills have atrophied and you're sort of reintegrating yourself into the sexual marketplace and you feel like a stranger in a strange land and you don't know what you're doing and everything, this is a program for you. And so I think what's interesting is I've partnered with Mike Sartain and Men of Action, and I have been working with his team, and we're in, like I said, we're in a partnership. And so I've got between myself and his team, we've been sort of doing a drive on Instagram lately, where we've been just sort of gauging the interest and sort of getting the temperature of guys in the interest of what the program's all about. So if you get a message from me on Instagram, I want you guys to know that I'm actually reading those too. So it might be his team that's initiating the conversation, but I'm in the conversation as well. So I'm talking to you guys, and we're not doing it to like sort of give you the hard sale. I just want to know what you guys are interested in, how you came to my work, excuse me, and how it has affected your life. And I tell you that what's great is like I have so many people just saying, "You changed my life. This was I've been following you since the early days. I was in a bad situation and now I'm in a good situation. I was gonna take my own life and now I'm not gonna do that." Those kinds of testimonials are just absolutely fantastic. It's just like every time I have to deal with a hater like an idiot like Duke of Dawn or whatever the fuck this guy's name is, and then I go and I read this stuff and I go, you know what? Fuck off. Right. Or if I'm like I was just at watching the Fail Safe at Vamped here in Las Vegas, and I have guys coming up to me who I'm like at a rock show, and I've got guys coming up to me going, "Hey man, I just want to shake your hand. Your book saved my life." Like when I get that kind of feedback, that makes what I do and the energy and the effort and everything that I said, me and Miguel and Charlie and Mike have been really putting in a lot of effort and a lot of work over the last 2 years, and just getting that positive feedback, it means all the difference in the world. So I just want to thank you guys for that. But we're going to be doing a Reignite. Our first meetup is going to be on the 16th in Los Angeles. It will be at the Mondrian Hotel. That's going to be the epicenter of it. We'll probably have our meetup at like probably Sky Bar or some sort of meeting area that's close by to the Mondrian Hotel, because that's where the event is going to be at. The actual Babes in Toyland event is going to be on October 17th. And then we have on Friday morning on the 18th, we have like sort of an after action kind of like, what did you think? Sort of a follow-up kind of meeting. Again, if your issue happens to be with like body language, if it has to be with style, if it has to do with like your physicality, if it has to do with social circle game, if it has to do with like your social skills, if it has to do with game, everything is going to be discussed there. And this is sort of like the premier event. This is the first one we're doing, like the first official one that we're doing right now. And so if you want to get in on that, please you go to reignitealpha.com, and you can therefore get a better understanding, more information about what it is that we're doing and what our mission statement is for all of this. Because I think a lot of people think that, oh, this is just Rollo doing his coaching or whatever. I'm not doing coaching. Okay. I do analysis. I don't do coaching. But so this is where all of this starts, and it's not just me; it's a whole network of guys too. So by coming to this, you get access to Babes in Toyland, which is on the 17th, like I said, at Sky Bar at the Mondrian in what's actually in Hollywood in Los Angeles. And it's a fantastic for the LA event. I think this is probably the best event that they have. And then I wanted to address a question that I got on the last show. And the last show was like, can I go to this event without like joining Reignite? And the answer is now is yes, because we had enough people asking about this. They didn't necessarily want to join the program, but they wanted to go to the event. And I will guarantee you that if you go to the event, you'll probably want to join Reignite. So we said, you know what, let's open this up for people who are not necessarily members. So we're opening it up. It's just the one-day event. It will just be on the 17th. You can go. We have a table reserved. You can participate in everything that happens on that day, and I believe it is $9.99 for that event. So if you want to go, you're getting the table, you're getting me, you're getting Joe Marin, you're getting basically the whole Reignite experience. It's just a one night thing, a one shot thing, and so it will be, like I said, on the 17th. If you have the time off, if you can fly out, if you can be a part of it, or maybe you're a local, that might be the time that you want to just sort of test things out. So we're making that an offer we're putting that on the table. So if people want to come for just to try it out, it's like a tryout thing. Just come there. It's $9.99 for that one event. Okay, and so you can sort of judge and get an idea if it's for you, if it's not. So there's zero commitment. So anyways, with that, guys, thank you guys for being on the show. I'm glad you guys come in again. I always love working with, of course, Miguel knows that. You all know that. Hell, I helped you move your Peloton, Charlie. I helped you move your goddamn Peloton. So you know that we're Peloton brothers now.
Exactly, right? We didn't damage the screen. We're all good.
Yeah, there we go. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one. 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. Rational Male. I'll see you guys next Sunday. Bye-bye. Hit me.
Misogyny.
But I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I got some new tools. Time came by and went over like a matchbox stereo. Time to get my thoughts now let go. Bound to keep me up all night. Maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Yeah, I could have the best day of my life. The best day of my life. Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up every wall while I got your hair. Why you screaming my name?
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Ugh.
Working up and down on your body. Run me, run me up and down on your body. Turning up my song on your body. Baby, we'll get down to it all night. Maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
This Hitting Podcast has been a production of the Rational Mill. All rights reserved. 2024 registered trademark. Thank you for Cultivate Crypto. Thank you for Dollar Cost Crypto. Thank you for Mike Sartain. And don't steal our stuff.
Thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while? FBI, open up!
I feel like I just took a bath in battery acid.
Bye, Felicia.